Yes.
The lead Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1479 of the War News stream. And today we've seen some wild sights out of the Middle East and out of Ukraine as well. We've seen that U.S. forces have obliterated the Iranian forces on Kharg Island today in some of the largest airstrikes probably in the region for decades. We've also seen that 5,000 plus U.S. Marines and Navy forces are deploying near Iran, which is also slightly concerning. And we've also seen another very big story that China's deploying over 2,000 vessels near Taiwan. And we're not sure what they're up to, but that's a massive situation right now, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, as we have been able to hear of significant developments around every corner of the globe, including the Middle East, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, the United States of America, generally the entirety of the North American region, and also East Asia as well. And we've been able to get a small update of the ongoing Pakistani-Afghan border war, which is still happening at this moment. However, our major news for the day is that the armed forces of the United States of America have conducted a significant and overwhelming attack against Iranian defenses on the area of Kharg Island, a small island off the coast of the Islamic Republic of Iran, responsible for nearly 90% of all oil exports that are conducted by the Islamic Republic. At this moment, we understand that a larger part of the forces on the island, including the airport, have also been knocked out, and while the oil infrastructure on the southern end of the island has not been directly hit or touched, at least at the moment, it does appear that there is going to be a significant risk and jeopardy caused to the island, operated by the Islamic Republic of Iran, that the United States may start to conduct attacks against its actual export capabilities, either the oil loading piers or some other form of oil infrastructure on the island. This also comes as the United States Marines are now deploying towards the area, with an amphibious ready group, an ARG, being deployed from the area of Indo-PACOM and currently making its way towards to the area of the Islamic Republic of Iran. It is believed that due to this action, there is a decent possibility the United States may be prepping for and heavily considering a actual amphibious landing or a ground invasion into Iran to take over a limited area, either Kharg Island or the Strait of Hormuz. Additionally, we've also been able to hear that while the amphibious ready group of the United States Navy and the Marines are currently leaving the area of the Indo-PACOM region at the moment, the People's Republic of China has conducted a concerning development today to where several thousand fishing vessels appear to be forming some form of geometric shapes and maneuvers incredibly close to Taiwan and the Senkaku Islands, which are controlled by the state of Japan. This is a fairly concerning development, and while seen last year, it does seem as though the People's Republic of China is attempting to mobilize its large fishing fleets, which operate almost as a mobilized militia, at least in cases of national emergency within the People's Republic of China, to see if they would be capable of possibly conducting their own form of supply transports to the Chinese military if they conduct an invasion of Taiwan, or to possibly attempt to bolster the amphibious landing forces of the People's Republic of China in an attempted invasion of the island of Taiwan. This situation is one that we've already known has been in the growing works in the background for quite some time, and we've covered it for years, and it seems as though the People's Republic of China is still working on larger low-level coercion efforts at the moment, and also larger drills and exercises to see what kind of options they'll have and what kind of flexibility they'll have once they attempt an invasion of the island of Taiwan within the next several years, possibly even by the end of this year. We don't really know. Meanwhile, inside the area of Pakistan and Afghanistan, the ongoing border war is still happening. And while we haven't been able to show a lot of the footage from that border war today, the Taliban has now accused that the Pakistani government is engaged in terrorism by bombing innocent civilians within the city of Kabul, which I find quite ironic considering that that's the Taliban claiming that about someone else. I'm pretty sure that they were doing that for about 20 years, but whatever. I guess they have changed, turned a new leaf or such. I'm not really sure, but we've also been able to see that within the Middle East, the United States Air Forces have also been conducting significant bombardments of a larger amount of targets inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran itself, with a larger Iranian Air Force airbase at Dezful being hit near to the area just north of the Iraqi city of Basra, and we've also been able to see some other significant hits near to the coastline of Iran as well, and of course more major bombings happening within the area of Tehran by the U.S. and Israeli Air Forces. However, the Strait of Hormuz is still closed at the moment, and we were able to hear by the expert analysis of our Secretary of Defense that the Strait of Hormuz is safe, except for the part where the Iranians are shooting at anyone trying to pass, which is a very astute observation. We've also been able to see that additionally, major tech firms like Google are evacuating their company's sub-headquarters in the area of Qatar, as we are now hearing that the IRGC is threatening major corporations with direct attacks against their facility and also staff, and we've also been able to hear that unfortunately, 4 U.S. airmen have been confirmed dead overnight after the crash involving the KC-135 in western Iraq near to Saudi Arabian airspace. They are currently looking for the remaining 2 airmen, but it's highly believed that at this point they are most likely deceased. The KC-135 did operate out of Ohio. We've also been able to see that there has been some significant strikes on Israel as well during the day. Several missiles of the Islamic Republic of Iran have landed inside of the state of Israel, and it seems that while the Iranian missile capabilities are greatly reduced, they are still able to land a hit here and there on Israel and other nations within the Middle East. We've also been able to report that there seems to be an ongoing development on the Russian front lines. A Russian general largely stated today that if the situation continues, a frontline collapse may be in order before the end of this year for the Russian Federation, as the Russian Federation's armed forces appear to be at the absolute breaking point of their combat capabilities and also their sustainment capabilities. We also been able to see that within Cuba, we've now been able to hear that the Cuban government is beginning talks with the U.S. government for some purpose or aim, and we'll be trying to get into all of that news and everything else throughout the course of this stream, starting with our largest stories first, and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. Now with our entire overview out of the way, we're going to throw all that aside for a minute because we actually have breaking news coming out at this moment. So Matthew, what do we got?
Also, by the way, I don't mean to rush the enforcer through his summary, by the way. I'm just simply trying to remind him that there is breaking news. He's got to go through that entire massive summary at the very beginning. He does that by memory, by the way, which is absolutely crazy to me. I don't think I could memorize all that. I would have to write that down. But speaking of the breaking news, though, this is becoming a habit at this point right here. So we are seeing that apparently under heavy bombardment in Tehran, apparently they're still under that massive bombardment, that power has been cut off to multiple parts of the city. We had seen yesterday that the southern part of Tehran Tehran and had its power cut off for the most part, we never got an answer of whether or not the U.S. actually intentionally targeted the power infrastructure in that part of the city. But we are seeing that apparently in several different regions of Tehran, there are power outages as of right now. So that is some pretty big news. I don't think the U.S. is actually intentionally targeting that, by the way. It could simply be possibly just maybe some collateral damage that's causing that. But it appears to be some massive hits in Tehran yet again. It's really remarkable how much Tehran's been hit and largely still holding on for at least by a string for the most part. But Enforcer, what say you?
Also, by the way, a big thanks to you for the kind words. I actually have no script, by the way, folks. Everything literally from the first word I say on air to the last word I say on air, along with Enforcer Matt, we don't have a script for any of it. So if it sounds well put together, it's just mental ability to keep all of it categorized and knock it out in about 4.5 hours that makes that possible. But we are hearing that at the moment it does appear that electrical infrastructure is starting to go offline in some areas of Tehran in the midst of the major strikes that are happening right now. It is fairly likely that it may just be unfortunate collateral damage caused by current strikes. We could be seeing that there may be strikes happening near to energy transformers or substations within the city, and while they're not getting directly hit, some of the shrapnel or some of the falling debris may be hitting those substations and causing shorts and other issues that lead to the power going off for a temporary amount of time. We'll have to see if that is the case. It may be the case or it may not be the case. We may see that they're actually starting to directly target energy infrastructure within the city of Tehran, which we would then have to see what their larger strategic overview is as to why they would target those facilities and deem those to be necessary to the ongoing war effort against the Islamic Republic of Iran. So we're currently seeing that at the moment right now. And also, it appears that we have been able to hear that it seems as though there's been some additional statements that have come out according to the before operational status of the war from General Kane and so on, but I was just looking over that on Twitter really quick to see if that's relevant or not, and that looks like something we might be able to get to later because we will be getting to the news out of Washington, D.C. later on in the stream, so we'll include that then. So with that in mind, folks, it is time for us to move out of our breaking news and on into our breaking news. It's time for us to move on from the breaking news that's happening right now and the breaking news that's been happening all day. So moving us on down and into the area of the Persian Gulf. As many of you all know, the Persian Gulf has largely become the battlefield of the war, and while the United States of America and Iran are duking it out over their skies, and the U.S. and Israeli air forces are causing a massive amount of damage to the ground forces inside of the country and the air forces of Iran, along with their navy near to the coast, we have seen that the situation has become a lot stickier and a lot more tricky around the area of the Persian Gulf. Here, hundreds of ships are currently waiting within the Persian Gulf to try and see that the Strait of Hormuz will become safe enough for them to pass. On the other side, in the Gulf of Oman, an equal number of ships are also waiting and currently anchored offshore, waiting for the moment that the strait would be safe enough to pass. In the meantime, however, one thing has been quite interesting. While the strait is not safe for anybody to pass, it is safe for two groups, the Iranians and the Chinese. Chinese flag tankers that are actually registered and flagged out of China, that apparently the People's Republic of China has given a list or notice of to the Iranians, are actually allowed safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz as long as they are skirting very close to the Iranian coast or in the international waters corridor closest to the Iranian territorial waters within this area. Additionally, Iranian vessels have also been seen transiting the Strait of Hormuz in fairly large numbers. You'll see this conga line right here. I would bet you money that if we click on this one right here, it is coming from Iran, and it is currently heading to Sohar, somewhere within that area. We can also see up here as well a couple of other vessels that currently are traveling through the area, all of them Iranian bulk carriers. As they are underway, we can see that they are actively moving, and it does also seem as though these are the only vessels that are being allowed passage. We can see an Indian sailing vessel, the MSV Al-Nur, but that is generally not a cargo vessel. That's some sort of an Indian pleasure vessel, so not really falling within the typical criteria of vessels that have been blockaded from passing through the strait. We can also see this one World Courage, which is an oil chemical tanker that is currently also traveling to Guangzhou, China. Once again, note that the only vessels making it through the strait right now are either Iranian flagged, making their way to or from an Iranian port, or it is a vessel that is currently making its way to China. or from China. These are the only vessels that are being allowed passage. And the reason why, folks, is because the Islamic Republic of Iran, at least at the moment right now, is the one that largely has the cards within the Strait of Hormuz. Currently, it's too dangerous for the U.S. Navy to be able to go in and start clearing out the threats. And we've also not seen a heavy amount of U.S. air power dedicated towards clearing out the Iranian anti-ship and anti-ship forces, if we want to call that all together, the anti-ship missiles, the anti-drone weaponry, well, the anti-ship drone weaponry, and so on, along the coastline. And for that reason, the Iranians have generally been able to hold down the Strait of Hormuz and generally enforce their blockade for a while. But that also allows for them to allow ships to pass through that they deem are worthy of safe passage, which includes any ship going to and from China or any Iranian flagged vessel. And a lot of those Iranian flagged bulk carriers are actually coming not from the area around Bandar Abbas, although some of them are. A lot of them are actually coming from a port further on up. This one right here, Kharg Island. Kharg Island is a little island that sits about 20 miles or so off the coast of the western coastline of the Islamic Republic of Iran within the Persian Gulf. This little island is crucially important for the Islamic Republic of Iran's oil export capabilities. 90% of all of the crude oil that the Islamic Republic of Iran loads onto a ship and ships out into the world to be sold to some customer for a nice bit of cash generally originates here on Kharg Island. You can actually see the larger oil loading piers and docks around the entirety of the island, where larger bulk oil carriers from China and other countries will load up with the oil and ship them out to countries to sell that are currently not being sanctioned by the Islamic Republic of Iran. Most of these countries are countries like the People's Republic of China, countries that are generally aligned with Iran and also require significant amounts of oil. We have seen that over the course of just the past few hours, the United States Air Forces of the Air Force and Navy have been able to conduct a significant air bombardment campaign onto the area of Kharg Island. We actually saw that reports of explosions from Kharg Island were coming out, and here in a second, folks, we'll actually show you all the videos, this was an eyewitness report from the area around Kharg Island. Hello, my family lives in Kharg, which is the island. The sound of the explosions was terrifying, more than 10 to 15 second explosions at 2 o'clock in the morning. Kharg is a small island, and its sound spreads everywhere. Even several of our relatives who are not from Kharg but live in the port cities of Bushehr province say the tremors reached there as well. I got this information by phone from my family. Hello, one of the guys just called and said they hid in a way that everything exploded. Apparently they used bunker busters so much that they reported Ganavet near Kharg trembled. Ganavet, by the way, is this little island, I believe, up here or somewhere nearby. But moving on from that, they then stated, they say hell has broken loose. My brother is in Kharg. He says they have been hitting continuously for about 2 hours, and the sound of explosions does not stop. He is at the oil site and stayed in the dormitory tonight. It seems, as the president said, military areas have been hit. Video.
I wonder why they'd be using bunker busters on Kharg Island, though, because unless there's like some really deep fortifications of the IRGC on the island, which we're not really sure about, then I'm not sure why they'd be using that. I wonder if they're getting confused with other munitions.
I think that since it's an eyewitness report, really the only thing that's credible is that we are getting reports of loud explosions happening on the island. But it seems as though a lot of Iranian eyewitness reports generally report that it is always some sort of a bunker buster. I guess because of the explosive magnitude that's being seen and the shaking of the ground that's felt, they must be believing that the bomb is penetrating deep into the soil and then exploding low enough that it's trembling the earth. But the reality of it is, folks, is that even a surface detonation of a bomb that is not some sort of a bunker buster causes a great deal of vibration and shaking. If y'all have ever even been around, for example, a Civil War era cannon, when it fires, those things can even shake the earth for a significant amount of area around them. It's not as large as a modern day 2,000-pound bomb, but generally the theory and the sort of concept there would be similar, but on a larger scale with a bomb like a 2,000-pounder, or a JDAM of a sort. We did get to actually see video that was literally just published as we were going live, that the United States CENTCOM AOR has declassified and is allowing the public to see as far as the direct hits at explosions that were caused on Kharg Island. This is the only footage that we have at the moment, folks, of the direct attacks on Kharg Island, so this is our only visual video source that confirms the attack outside of the eyewitness reports on the ground, which we were already taking at face value. So here's the clip. When you see the first ordnance dropping, a fairly significant one, we do have to add, and we can also see additional ordnance being dropped on Iranian military facilities on what we believe is the southern side of the island.
Also, by the way, while we're watching this real quick, the footage from Kharg Island, I want to point something out. The only target of these attacks that we're watching right now was the IRGC on the island of Kharg, and that was it. There was no oil infrastructure that was hit, and that was not the target. So somebody made a good point. They said maybe they're trying to use bunker busters to hit the underground oil pipelines that Iran has running from the mainland to Kharg Island, but they weren't. They specifically stated today that was not the military objective of these strikes. So they weren't trying to hit the oil. So if they're using bunker busters, it's presumably to hit IRGC underground targets, if that was what they were actually doing.
Also, by the way, folks, I want to kind of show y'all some of the locations that we're seeing here. This one appears to be generally on the southern end of the island in this larger opening right here, which y'all can see. It looks like an undeveloped construction plot, because we can see that it appears that there was some sort of foundations or some sort of pools created within this area. To be entirely frank with y'all, this looks a lot like some form of a possible bunker complex, or at least some sort of a building that was supposed to be built, and the foundation or the basement was dug out, and then they never built the building, because there seems to be some sort of columns that are also sticking up in these pools as well. But when we watch this clip right here, just to show y'all this field right here generally lines up with the one that is just north of that little site, about right here. So this appears to be the exact spot that we were seeing the first strikes in this clip hitting. The second strikes that we saw in the clip, which we'll be showing y'all here once the video fast forwards to the next clip here in just a moment, is actually from the northern side of the island and is at the Kharg airport, which I'll show y'all right up here. So this is the Kharg airport. This is the entire length of the airstrip. And here is something that's a little bit interesting, though, as far as the video that we're watching. Here in this video, we can actually see that it's showing the tarmac, or more so the ramp leading to the runway, about right here at the bottom side of the runway, or towards, oriented to us, the lower end of the video screen. We can then see these two Y-shaped buildings further on up past the airport, and a larger avenue here that seems to be going largely down the the symmetrical center between the two buildings. And if we were to line that up geolocation-wise, that actually lines up to these two buildings that are seen right here. And this is also the Imam Khomeini avenue that appears to be leading towards to the airfield that we're seeing in this clip, confirming that these strikes were actually happening around the area of these helipads on Kharg Island, and also what appears to be the ramp near Kharg Island as well. This is a dual-purpose airfield. It is used by Iranian civil aviation and also the Iranian Air Force as well. So it appears that they're trying to knock out the airport for the operational capabilities, at least in particular for the Iranian Air Force. According to the rules of war, by the way, folks, just before people start to even talk about it, according to the rules of war, anything that's being used as a dual-purpose facility is generally a legal and legitimate military target, and that is why we're most likely seeing these strikes being conducted right here. But notice that our first explosion right there actually was directly on the helipads, and we can also see another direct explosion near to the area of the tarmac where the aircraft then wait and loiter around. We can now see additional strikes landing onto the runway. This is what's called cratering the runway, which makes it impossible for aircraft to take off or land due to the uneven and rough surface that they would have to land and take off from. It would literally shear the landing gear clean off and cause significant damage to any aircraft attempting to take off and land. And we can also see additional strikes here occurring on another area of the island. And if I try and find this one for y'all, because actually, funnily enough, folks, I'm doing a lot of this geolocation on the spot. I didn't do this before the show. This literally just came out before we went live. I wouldn't be able to tell y'all where this is, but I would generally take a pot shot. Kind of appears to be around here, because if we look at that clip, you can actually see this larger line up here, and then this sort of a road-looking structure that seems to take a curve down here. And that kind of lines up a little bit to this road right here, and maybe this little trench-looking object right here. So this appears to be near to what looks actually to be some sort of a pre-prepared Iranian air defense site, because we can actually see these sand berms built around the area. So that would be a fairly likely sort of a location, geolocation-wise, for the strikes that we're seeing in this clip that was provided by CENTCOM.
I'm surprised that people even live on Kharg, to be honest with you. Like that whole eyewitness report we got earlier, it's like this island is pretty much completely dedicated to oil. So I'd imagine the people living on the island must be people that are involved with the oil industry, possibly for Iran. It's just like, who else is going to be living here other than those people?
It's a good question, honestly. And actually, the city area is fairly significant. It takes up about a quarter of the island. The rest of the island appears to be taken up by a power plant, which we see right here, the NGL power plant. And then we can also see further down here to the lower third of the island, there's a large oil storage facility. This is for crude specifically. And we can also see that there appears to be absolutely no refining equipment on this island whatsoever. So this island is purely dedicated to the transportation of oil, and it does account for 90% of Iran's total crude oil exports by port facility, meaning that the rest of the Iranian coastline, if we were to take all of those oil facilities and find them, all of them put together only make up 10% or 1 in every 10 barrels of crude that Iran ships out of its country. This facility here makes up 9 in every 10 barrels that they ship out of their country somewhere else in the world. So this is a fairly significant island economically for the Islamic Republic of Iran, and it also is the only port that we know of, facility-wise, as far as the infrastructure that's been built up, that will be able to handle that sort of a volume, meaning that if they lost this island, they would lose about 90% of their revenue in the oil industry, and the oil industry makes up about 70% of all Iranian exports economically, meaning that as far as money made in trade, they would be losing out on about 65% of the total monetary value they make on trade every year if this island was to be lost by the hands of the United States or some other country that may attempt to take it. So fairly
Yeah.
Achilles heel.
Also, it's very interesting as well that the U.S. chose not to hit the oil infrastructure on this island right here because, as far as we're aware, when the Chinese oil vessels pull up to receive the exports of oil from Iran, they're pulling up and they're getting it from Kharg Island, and that's apparently where they're pulling up to receive the oil. So the fact the U.S. decided not to hit the oil infrastructure is a little bit curious to me because we had discussed this the other night. We said we can't directly, embargo or try to blockade the Chinese vessels. That will cause likely a direct confrontation with China, which would be quite bad, but they could hit the oil exporting sites and also the infrastructure. They could do that, and it wouldn't necessarily be a direct attack on China itself, but they chose to only hit the military sites, which is a little bit odd to me. It seems like it would have been imperative to probably hit the oil sites as well, so that way China can't export any more oil from Iran, but for whatever reason, they didn't do that.
And it is quite interesting to note, generally in a war like this, you would generally start to strike targets like that, especially if it looks like the war is going to be going on for a while, which it certainly appears that it's going to be going on for some time. It would generally be a high priority, not necessarily to knock out the oil tanks on land, but to actually destroy the oil loading derricks and ports or piers that are out at sea near to the island. If you can hit these and destroy them, even with all of the oil that's inside of these tanks, operationally, there's no way to put them on a ship to send them out into some greater part of the world to be sold. So generally that would be the main target that you would want to hit, and for some reason they haven't hit it, which is a little bit odd. And it leads us to believe that there is some sort of a motive in the background by the civil administration to leave all oil infrastructure as intact as it possibly can be, for reasons that we would generally assume are very similar to the Venezuelan situation, to where once the war is over, it's going to be expected that U.S. oil companies will basically be able to go in and start controlling this themselves and making profit off of it. So they don't want to make the oil companies take the undue time of having to spend their money and possibly a couple of months refurbishing and repairing these facilities to return them back to an operational status. And instead, we're just going to keep the oil facilities operational in the meantime, it seems. So a little bit interesting.
That is a bit interesting with that. But also, it seems to me, because we'll get to this news in just a second, but we currently heard today that the U.S. deployed a Marine Expeditionary Unit of about 2,500 Marines to the area, and we've got the whole kit and caboodle going with it. It's like 20 F-35s. We got a bunch of ships going with it. It's the whole thing. And also another 2,500 Navy sailors are going with them as well. So a total deployment of 5,000 U.S. forces heading to the area. So, of course, if y'all might remember, the Vietnam War started with a Marine Expeditionary Unit, by the way. That's how that whole situation started, was with the exact same unit that we're sending right now to the Middle East. So it's a bit interesting. It could be that maybe the U.S. is looking to possibly invade Kharg Island, take control of the oil infrastructure, and that's probably why they didn't hit it, and then try to maybe siphon the oil off for the United States, possibly. I'm not sure how they would get the ships in there, though, because we're still having the Strait of Hormuz problem, but that could be some of the logic behind it, possibly.
And it could be, and that actually moves us on into another piece of news, which is very much in line with what we're kind of hearing about how the military targets were hit on the island and nothing else. We are now hearing that the U.S. is deploying 2,200 Marines and 3 amphibious warships from Japan to the Middle East, which is going to be led by the Tripoli Amphibious Ready Group, which includes the USS Tripoli, seen here, which is a very impressive America-class LHD. The America-class is the newest LHD class that we currently have within the United States Navy, and it is a specialized vessel for air support operations at a littoral range near to a coast, and in the support of generally amphibious landing operations. You never see an LHD anywhere for the larger part, unless if there is some sort of expectation that some sort of ground action is going to be coming in the future. It doesn't have to be incredibly large. We did see that the amphibious ready group that we had near to Venezuela, which I believe was the Iwo Jima's amphibious ready group, actually was operating in support of the MV Ocean Trader and providing the direct combat rotary air power in the form of the AH-1 Vipers and Apaches. Well, Apaches actually be more of an army thing, but y'all get the point. Those were from the 160th. But nevertheless, they were providing the Vipers that we did see in a limited number over the area of Venezuela in direct air support to the 160th SOAR, which was dropping off our special forces in Venezuela to grab Maduro. So whenever you see one of these coming around, you can almost guarantee that there is some sort of a preparation for ground action of some sort. It may be smaller special forces raids, and this thing is only providing some form of firepower support to those raids, or it may be the fact that this thing is going to be helping to prepare for a larger amphibious landing somewhere along the coastline of Iran, which could be the Strait of Hormuz, could be Kharg Island. We generally have to see. It's also being followed along, by the way, by the USS San Diego and the USS New Orleans, and I want to show you all these vessels as well, because generally an amphibious ready group is made up of the same 3 ships every time, or at least the same class. It's usually made up of one LHD, which is a landing helicopter deck. That's what that stands for. Or and then actually it's made up of 2 San Antonio class amphibious support ships, which are specially purpose made as well for amphibious operations, which means sending people from the ship onto the shore. So generally this entire ready group would revolve around the concept of somebody's going into Iran at some point. You don't really bring any of this around unless you're planning for that, because it's not an aircraft carrier strike group where it can conduct major air operations over hundreds of miles, even 1,000 miles away from its carrier. These sorts of LHDs can only operate their craft at ranges maybe out to 300 miles for most of their helicopters, and that's at the very farthest of their range. And in reality, their F-35s could go quite farther, and also the Harriers from back in the day could go quite farther, but they generally wouldn't, because those aircraft are only there to be able to support amphibious operations, which would be in support of the helicopter forces and the landing forces that may land on shore somewhere within some area. So this seems to be giving us an idea that now, with an additional 2,200 Marines being brought in, I believe in the 21st MEU, if I'm not mistaken, they'll be joining the other Marines within the Middle East, and that number of Marines now present will be around 5,000, which isn't an incredibly large number, but that would be about the size of a brigade combat team within the U.S. Army, at least in terms of personnel size. A lot of people are actually talking about what's going on with that, because the fact that we hit all of the military targets on Kharg Island, and not only that, I have to point this out, this is something a little interesting, we hit their airport, meaning that rapid resupply and support, if the Iranian Air Force is still capable of that, would no longer be possible, because they cannot land or take off from Kharg Airport, which was the only facility the Iranian Air Force could operate out of. So at this point, effectively in military terms, the Iranian army that's on this island, whatever forces they have there, they're pretty much on their own, unless if the Iranians try and send out a small ship to conduct a resupply, and that ship will most likely be hit and destroyed, meaning they're completely cut off from the outside world. And we currently have an amphibious ready group, which is specialized for amphibious landing operations, coming to the area as well. And this is making a lot of people wonder, are the two correlated, and is there a larger, bigger picture to get out of these two pieces of news? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so the deployment today was certainly one to watch. It caught a lot of people's attention for good reason. That this is a very big deployment here, an entire Marine Expeditionary Unit being sent to the Middle East. That's certainly something to keep an eye on. So, and not just that, also, by the way, like I mentioned, 2,500 Navy sailors going with them. So what is the objective? 50% said it's probably for an invasion of Kharg Island that they just got done striking today, while 23% said it's probably for an invasion of Iran's coastline, and 15% said it's probably for political leverage and posturing. So I will say this, no need for posturing. There are currently no diplomatic negotiations taking place right now, so to posture would be pointless. So there is definitely some action intended behind this. It's either an invasion of Kharg Island or an invasion of Iran's coast. I really don't foresee a force of this size being used to invade the coast. I don't think that would be what they're there for. This is almost certainly, if there is anything that they do on the ground, it will probably be an invasion of Kharg Island. That's probably what it will be. So I'm with the 51%. Also, by the way, what would be the first thing you'd want to do if you were sending Marines in on the ground to invade the island and take it? You would do exactly what they did today, which was blast the hell out of the IRGC all over the island and get rid of that threat, so that way you can open the ground up for an invasion. I think that's what they're going to do. I'm not sure if that's going to be wise because, of course, there is still land-based missiles, drones, etc. that's on the Iranian mainland that could be fired at Kharg Island if the Marines show up there, and they could be sitting ducks, depending on how quick it takes or how fast it takes to invade the island itself. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that I actually would be against the idea of it being an invasion force for Kharg Island. I'd actually have to go against the 51% because there's something a little bit important that I think needs to be pointed out about this amphibious ready group. For them to be able to conduct an invasion of Kharg Island, that means they have to be able to get their forces to Kharg Island, the actual amphibious landing forces, meaning that they would have to be somewhere close, or at least be able to get close to whatever they're going to be landing on. And Kharg Island, to remind you all, is in the middle of the Persian Gulf, meaning to get there, you would have to go through the Strait of Hormuz, which is still currently too dangerous to pass through at the moment. So with that in mind, you would have to conduct an action first around the Strait of Hormuz and clear out that area and make it safe before the amphibious ready group could even try and pass through and then make it to Kharg Island to be able to conduct an amphibious landing. You cannot really, and also to put this out there for everyone, yes, the F-35s, the MV-22s, and all such other forms of airframes could probably operate from the Gulf of Oman and just fly in towards Kharg Island. But one, that's going to make reinforcements and resupplies incredibly slow due to the unbelievably long distance that those crafts would have to fly. They would have to fly at a minimum about 554 miles, and most helicopters are not capable of that sort of a range. An Osprey might be, but attack helicopters would not be able to support a landing force, which means that sort of operation would generally be out of the picture. Not only that, if the LHA, which I do have to make a correction here, big thanks to everyone who pointed this out, it's no longer an LHD. We actually have LHAs now, which are landing helicopter assault vessels. So I have to correct that on air. It's not an LHD, it's an LHA. LHAs also are able to drop a general large amount of amphibious craft out of the back of the vessel, which are then able to make their way on shore and physically put forces on land to conduct an amphibious ground invasion. And I think y'all can all know, putting, an AAVP or some other form of an LAV or an amphibious vehicle in the water in the Gulf of Oman and then making it tread water all the way to Kharg Island, which would be several hundred miles away, would generally be out of the picture of the general range and also the capability of the Marines. Not dissing on the Marines, but the vehicles aren't going to be making it that far, especially on their own. So generally, if they're going to be moved into the area to conduct an amphibious landing of any type, the high likelihood would be is that they're going to start using these forces to try and clear out the Strait of Hormuz, and then start to move on into safely transiting into the Persian Gulf, starting convoy duties, which we've been talking about significantly over the past 2 weeks, which haven't happened yet. And then Kharg Island might become a major objective after that, where we hold Kharg Island and then try and economically starve the Iranians into submission after that point. But I think an action at the Strait of Hormuz would take top priority over Kharg, just due to the fact you have to go through the Strait of Hormuz to try and make it to Kharg Island.
Yeah, and also, by the way, I see some people saying, "Well, guys, what are the Iranians thinking about this? Do the Iranians know what's going on with this, or what?" We actually just got apparently a response from the Iranian armed forces. They just published a response. It looks like we have that on our Twitter page. It looks like the Iranians are largely saying that they're going to do reciprocal attacks in the situation. I do want to point out, however, the U.S. did not strike the oil targets on Kharg, so the Iranians are trying to act like we struck the oil. So they're saying in this response here, they say, in response to the statements of the aggressive United States, the Iranians announced that in the event of an attack on the oil, economic, or energy infrastructure of the Republic of Iran, as we had previously warned, all oil, economic, or energy infrastructure belonging to oil companies throughout the region that have American shares or cooperate with the USA will immediately be destroyed and turned into a pile of ashes. So, also, by the way, we've already seen Iran strike all kinds of oil across the region. They've been striking Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar. They've been striking everything. So, it's nothing new. They've been striking stuff already. So, that's largely the response. It's pretty much just more threats.
And also, by the way, I do have to make another correction, folks. I got to be entirely honest with y'all. I'm far more familiar with the Wasp class of LHDs instead of the LHAs. That's been more of my focus point on things that I've read about with amphibious warfare. I also have to clarify, folks, the LHAs, the landing helicopter assault vessels, do not have well decks, meaning that they're not capable of supporting amphibious landings off of a well deck. So they're specifically made, purpose-built, actually, for aerial operations, meaning that they're it's basically a mini carrier at that point, and it is not an actual amphibious support vessel like a Wasp class LHD would be, which generally would fall into that framework, but the America class would not. So based off of that, we generally be able to get the idea that the other amphibious support vessels like the San Antonio classes still would be able to conduct some operations of their own, but any sort of a landing operation would not involve amphibious craft. It would basically just be helicopter assaults, then followed by infantry being dropped on the ground, highly likely by Ospreys or some other form of a transport aircraft, most likely. But beyond that, I would have to say that it does seem that the Iranians are trying to make it incredibly clear at this point that they're going to have some sort of a significant response. And I think the reason why they're doing this, Matthew, is because they are considering the Kharg Island to be a major loss if that was to happen. And so they're trying to see if they can bluff their way out of the U.S. not trying to take Kharg Island at some point in the future, because at that point, the Iranian economy would starve itself out.
Yeah, I think the Iranians might know what's coming. Also, by the way, you'd have to be blind not to see the writing on the wall at this point. The fact that we've smashed Kharg Island like this today, we didn't smash the Iranian coast. We specifically smashed Kharg Island and got rid of all the IRGC air defenses and also their defensive positions on the island. So, I mean, you'd have to be kind of a little bit, halfway blind, maybe legally blind, possibly. You'd have to be basically under a rock not to see that this could turn into an invasion, especially with that Marine force heading to the region. And also, you got to remember, the U.S. loves oil. Like anytime you hear oil, the U.S., that eagle comes flying in screeching whenever you hear about oil. So, Kharg Island's looking very juicy. Now, of course, we don't know if we'll be able to successfully take it quick, but they might give it a shot based on the sounds from what I'm hearing.
And I would have to say they probably are going to try and give it as much of a shot as they can, and it certainly does appear that they are considering the Kharg Island situation to be quite serious. I also see that now there's been an argument in the chat about whether or not LHAs have a well deck or not, and I want to explain this really quickly because I had to do some spot research on this. Because to be entirely honest with y'all, usually I would catch stuff about minor, well, actually major in this case, operational details or technical capacities and capabilities of aircraft, vessels, and generally ground vehicles, but generally from what I've known, all LHDs have well decks. But interestingly enough, the America class, which the USS Tripoli is an America class, that's the head of this amphibious ready group, is actually not equipped with a well deck. All of the other America class LHDs past LHA 8, which is the Bougainville, will all have well decks built into them. But the first two of the class, which is the USS America and the Tripoli, actually had their well decks basically deleted off of the design, meaning that they're more so prioritizing aerial operations and near-shore aerial operations instead of actual amphibious landing capabilities like other LHDs and other LHA classes have in the past. So, at least for this particular instance, this LHA does not have the capability to conduct an amphibious landing, at least directly from the ship out of its well decks with amphibious vehicles. It can conduct an amphibious landing, but it would be entirely rotary based, meaning they would have to use helicopters to be able to drop anyone off on shore instead of any sort of light APCs like an LAV or one of the larger. Let me go see if I can pull this one up for y'all. Let me see here. Here we go. Let me show this to y'all. This is a really interesting one. I think the Marine Corps is getting around to retiring these. Actually, I believe they have retired them, but this pretty much is the vehicle that the U.S. Marines had used throughout most of its history, is this wacky looking thing, the AA-7, which is generally what usually was dropped out of the back of the LHDs and then would paddle on their way to shore using the treads of the tanks when they rotate in the water to basically operate kind of like a light propeller of a sort. I believe they actually have screws at the back as well, incredibly small ones. They'd eventually make it onto shore. The little water break up here would fold down, and then they'd be able to start operating ground operations, but with a little bit of light armor support that this thing can provide. So these things are retired at this moment. I believe the Marines are moving entirely onto LEVs or some other form of a modernized LEV platform, but these generally are no longer used anymore. These were all retired as of last year. But moving on.
Yeah, also, by the way, when was the last time that a Marine Expeditionary Unit actually did a ground operation like this? When was the last time? Like, what year was it?
Oh, I wouldn't be able to say for sure. I think it would have been around. Yeah, I think it would have been the Iraq War back in the day. Like, let me go pull that up. Let's see, MEU.
I'm kind of curious because these are especially in a context like this. This doesn't happen very often, obviously. So it's very interesting to see that they're getting deployed because, like I mentioned, this is how Vietnam started. It started with a small force, an expeditionary force, just like this one, and obviously we know what that turned into. It turned into a full-blown war, basically. So I'm curious when the date is.
So it appears that the last time that an MEU was ever deployed in this sort of a form, from what I can find really quickly, was around 2014 when they supported U.S., European, Africa, and Central Command's area of responsibility, including Iraq. So generally being sent to Libya was the last time that an MEU was used like this.
And what do you know the time before that, by the way, or does it not say?
That seems to be the most recent one that I could find, at least at the moment.
Interesting. That one there is like, I guess technically, yeah, they were deployed, but it's like, Libya. It's like, yeah, I guess that's technically a deployment, but like, it's not like a big one or anything like that, but it's still a deployment nonetheless.
Yeah, generally. But moving on from that, we have been able to hear that in the meantime, while the U.S. has been striking Kharg Island and generally getting things moving in the direction of a possible ground invasion or amphibious landing somewhere along the coast, we also were able to hear that in the nearby port of Bandar Ganeva, there were also major attacks on this port as well. We didn't get any video or picture evidence of this, but eyewitness reports did state that there were explosions happening in Bandar Ganeva, which is just a little ways away from Kharg Island on the mainland. Here's the actual port facilities themselves. You can tell that the Iranians are really into the whole worker safety and such. It appears very well equipped, in case of an emergency. Looks like everyone can get out of here really quickly. It's always going to be incredibly safe. They prioritize that. The Iranians actually have an OSHA, but they believe that if you die on the job, instead of that being a bad thing, they call you a martyr or something like that. But moving on from that and out of the coast of Iran, we've also been able to hear, moving us on down and towards the area of the Strait of Hormuz, that the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. We did get a video showing what's possibly an American oil tanker on fire near to the Strait of Hormuz after it had been hit in the early morning hours of today. And here's the clip. There's the tanker on fire in the distance.
What's always crazy to me, like you can kind of see it from here when the oil like creates a slick like around the top of the sea right there. It catches on fire and creates like this huge fire effect on top of the water. That's a horrifying sight, like to see up close. You really can't see it that well from this distance, but it looks like hell out there.
Yeah, it really does. It's actually really scary looking. And we just hear the sound of the fire in the distance and also the sound of the vessel that they're filming from as well.
You can kind of see it actually. Now that you zoomed in, you can see the fire on the top of the water right there.
Yeah, you can actually see the bow of the vessel. The rest of the hull is actually obscured by the large slick that's burning on the surface.
I would imagine that right there is probably not survivable, I would imagine.
Generally, we know that a lot of crews have been able to abandon ship a decent amount, at least within the recent times, which is fairly interesting to note. But moving on from that and out of that news, we were able to hear, folks, it's a very interesting statement. While the Strait of Hormuz is completely closed, as y'all can see right here, there are no vessels, at least that are not Iranian or Chinese flagged, that are passing through the Strait of Hormuz or are making their way to China and back from China. We did get to hear that the Secretary of Defense made an incredibly astute comment today. He stated that the Strait of Hormuz is perfectly safe to pass through, except for the part where Iran is shooting everyone. But outside of that, it's safe to pass through. I've heard a similar statement from the local fire department. The house is completely safe to walk into. It's just that if the fire would stop burning the house down, then it'd be a lot nicer. You
might be able to show that clip, by the way. Like, go click on the post real quick. I can tell you if we can show the video. Let's see here. Yeah, you can show, if you want to show this clip, you can, by the way. It's from the Pentagon.
All right, so we have to show you all this clip because, I mean, this was something else.
The only thing prohibiting transit in the straits right now is Iran shooting at shipping. It is open for transit should Iran not do that.
I mean,
no, he's not wrong. He's technically not wrong, but also that really doesn't tell us much new, actually.
Matthew, I actually heard that Chirac is completely safe to go through. It's just that if O-Block would stop lighting up the whole block every night, then it'd be a lot nicer. I've heard things like that.
Also, by the way, I mean, I have to drive to the store to go get some food, but sadly though, I can't drive to the store to get food because a tree's blocking the road. And if it wasn't for that tree blocking the road, I would be able to go get food.
You know, America would be an incredibly safe place if it just wasn't for the crime that happened from time to time. You know, sometimes it would be bright outside if the sun was shining from time to time, you know, like when it rises and sets in the dawn and the dusk. You know, from time to time, I've always heard, folks, you know, every once in a while, I've heard that wars are very safe as long as the enemy would stop shooting. I gotta say, these kinds of comments really do inspire a lot of confidence in me that he knows what's up. Like, you know, like that tells me a lot. But moving on from that, and on out of the Strait of Hormuz, which is still closed at the moment and will appear to be for a while now, we are going to be moving on down and into the area of the rest of the coast of Iran, as we also were able to see the launch of Iranian drones being conducted today. The Iranians, by the way, have seen that a larger amount of their missile capabilities have been destroyed. The U.S. Air Force and naval air forces have been wildly successful in achieving that, but the Iranian drone forces are still posing a pretty decent threat. And here's the clip of them continuing to fire their drones even as of today. What's interesting is that a lot of their designs are generally rocket assisted as far as the takeoff goes, which is something that I have to say is quite interesting. We actually have seen that with most Ukrainian designs and most Russian designs, like the Garan 2 and the Ukrainian Lyudis, they generally make theirs to where they're non-rocket assisted, which I would generally believe, folks, would be a lot more cost efficient than making a small rocket booster that's a one-use booster for each drone. But, you know, I guess the Iranians had a little bit of extra money to splurge. And that's the end of that clip right there, but showing some of the drone launches, which are still ongoing. We've also been able to see that up at Shiraz, it appears that the United States decided that Shiraz was going to be renamed Shazam because they hit the airfield tonight with some significant airstrikes. There's the fires burning at the airfield in Shiraz.
Did Mehrabad get hit again, by the way? Because, you know, obviously they've been hitting that thing left and right. Like, that's the old faithful. They go hit Mehrabad if they run out of targets.
I can't really confirm that one for today. I think I'd have to go up there and try and take a look around again and see, because I know that it was hit 2 days in a row, last night and the night before, but I don't know about recently. Let me go up there and check, because I might have something down for... Actually, I don't for today. It looks like Mehrabad was spared for today, at least.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess so. Like, that's a rare sparing of that place right there. Usually they don't spare it, but yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, usually they slam that thing pretty liberally about every day at this point. But we also got to see that down at Desful, which is actually a pretty interesting change of scenery, at least for Iran, that near to the airbase, which the Islamic Republic of Iran's Air Force does use, and let me show y'all here really quickly. Here are some of the hangars on some of the operational facilities that are used by the Iranian Air Force, and also ammunition storages that are nearby as well. You can see these hardened ammunition storages that, crazily enough, folks, are almost built to a U.S. standard. They're almost 500 feet apart, which is really something else. These were built back in the day of the Shah, by the way. That's why. But we did get to see that the airfield in Desful was hit, and this is a very interesting change, folks. Most of Iran is generally a very arid, desert-like environment, or it is the desert itself. Down here near Desful, they actually exist in a fairly luscious area of the country, which is incredibly rare. And we can actually see a clip here showing us this near, like, tropical vista, and then the giant mushroom clouds rising from the airport after the U.S. hit the Iranian Air Force that's within that area. Damn. Kind of loud.
Look at that. Look at the trees, like palm trees out here and stuff like that. Some very odd vegetation growing in here.
Yeah, you know, it's one of the few areas of Iran that is like that. Like, I think if we can drop down somewhere nearby, let me see if I can show you. Let's see, this is what it generally looks like. It's actually a fairly nice place, like, all things considered. Look, they even have, like, a little swimming pool. There's some guy
down there taking it easy. Look at him. Like, yeah, this guy right here, he's living it up. This is like an oasis out here in the middle of the desert.
It really, honestly, like, I'm not going to lie, folks, this place is actually quite scenic, really. And it's really interesting, the U.S. bombing the Iranian Air Force in the middle of such a beautiful vista. I mean, like, that actually looks like a place that'd be worthy of traveling to, you know? It's like a little tropical oasis in the middle of what's mostly a desert country. But moving on from that, now to that little clip, We've also been able to report for everyone some bigger hits that have been landing within Tehran. But before we move on from that, a lot of people have been hearing something a little bit interesting, or a couple of statements that have been a little bit interesting, out of Washington, D.C. today. And I want to get you all to those here really quickly. First off, we were able to hear that the President of the United States has stated today, I think Putin may be helping Iran. What are y'all thinking about that? Matthew, what are they thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
We've heard every version of this story so far. We've heard some U.S. officials say it's absolutely absurd to say that Putin's helping Iran because they're obviously not. And now we heard today from the U.S. president that he thinks Putin might be helping Iran a little bit. So we're not really sure what a little bit is, but I have a feeling we know exactly how much that is. But how serious do you think the situation is? 45% says not too serious. It is expected. 32% said it's very serious and the U.S. should act. And 18% said it's not much we really can do about the situation. And on this one, it is expected, I will say that, but it is very serious at the same time because Russia is now actively trying to harm U.S. soldiers in the Middle East. So that's an entirely different calculus than what we were dealing with before when it comes to Russia. So it's not to be taken lightly. The U.S. administration is generally taking it lightly. I don't know why really that is. This is something obviously very serious. My only guess could be is that they're worried about escalation with Russia, and also they're worried about messing up the bromance that's going on as well. So they don't want to get too crazy calling Putin out, or it could cause a rift. I think I could live with a few hurt feelings between Russia and the United States officials. If it comes down to protecting our soldiers, I think we could deal with a few hurt feelings over that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that I would be with the 32%, the 33%. This is fairly serious. Here's why, folks. Right now, Russia is providing information to Iran in the hopes that it kills your people. Like, these are your people that are going to get killed down there along with mine. Like, their friends, your family members, anybody that you know that's in the armed forces could be put at additional risk and threat because the Russians are going, hey, Jimmy is hiding in that bunker right there. Hit him with a missile and see if you can wipe him out. And that's why this is a serious issue. Because I know that for many, it's kind of easy to just act like other U.S. citizens don't really matter, even the ones that are serving, and just go, oh, well, the Russians helping to kill a couple of American soldiers, what's the big deal? Well, that could be you. That could be someone you know. That could be one of your family members, and that's why that's a big deal. And some people are about to go, well, we've been doing that for Ukraine. Exactly right. If the Russians don't like us for that, they got damn good reason, and we also got good reason to be giving that intelligence to Ukraine. We're not a friend of Russia's. We'll never be a friend of Russia's, and Russia isn't a friend of ours. They have, for decades now, been trying to work against our interests and try and screw us over in every way they can imagine, and they're currently doing that again right now in Iran. I don't really think that's a country we should even be trying to court a friendship with. And I think that that's one where we could generally say if the Russians are a little bit unhappy about how we react to that, well, that's unfortunate. What I would say we should be doing is we should be ensuring that the oil sanctions that we've had against Russia are not only kept in place, but that we further put even more crippling sanctions in place, and that we use the spare abilities of the United States Navy and Coast Guard to seize any remaining shadow tankers that we can find and track down anywhere else in the world and give them that threat as a counter. Either you stop providing intelligence to Iran, or we're going to start seizing the rest of the tankers. And then they can figure out what they want to do from there. And I see someone saying, don't be hypocritical. Oh, I mean, that's a tough one to say. I mean, here's the thing. Hypocritical in this case is a foreign policy hypocrisy. And in foreign policy is inherently hypocritical. It's rules for thee, not for me sort of an approach. The Russians will always say that what they're doing is a just and righteous thing, and we'll always say that what they do is a horrific and terrible thing. Whenever the United States is doing something, it's a just and righteous thing, and whenever our enemies are doing something against us, it's a terrible thing. That's how foreign policy works. We don't sit there and go, okay, a couple of Russians got greased in Svatove, so they get to get grease a couple of Americans to get even. That's not how we run foreign policy. They can either take lickings and sit down and shut up, or else things are going to get worse for them as the Russians. I don't let Americans get killed overseas and just chalk it up to all is fair and square. That would be an insane sort of an approach, because you might be one of those people, and I wouldn't make that decision for you either. But anyways, with that in mind, we do have more breaking news coming out of this moment. And Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we have a couple of pieces of breaking news happening right now. Also, by the way, Enforcer, go ahead and pull up Flight Radar 24 and look at the situation near the Strait of Hormuz. For a very rare time, we're actually seeing the stratotankers keeping their transponders on. Not those right there, but the one that's currently circling down near the UAE right now, currently near the Strait of Hormuz. That one's transponders on. It's running a racetrack right there, right outside of the UAE right now. And we are seeing that apparently there's an ongoing missile attack and also a drone attack on Qatar. And specifically, Doha is currently under a massive drone and missile attack once again. So I would suspect that Stratotanker is probably supporting fighter jets, shooting down stuff coming in from Iran and probably en route to Qatar. That's probably what they're up to. And also probably to the entire region, including the UAE as well. So that is interesting. Usually they turn off their transponders, but that one has left it on for some reason. Kind of interesting with that. But that is one big breaking story. In the meantime, we've gotten another big piece of news. We've heard that the leader of the Popular Mobilization Forces, Abu Ali Karbala, who's the commander of the missile unit in the Badr militia, was killed in a targeted attack on his home in Baghdad just about 10 minutes ago. So he is deceased. We do have a picture of this guy right here. And there he is right there on a yellow background that they quickly photoshopped together right as they got the news. So this guy right here is no longer. He is taken out. And this guy, I believe, was based in Iraq, I'm pretty sure, I believe. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yes, the Popular Mobilization Forces are actually a Iranian organized and operated militia that operate inside of Iraq. There's actually a decent amount. I do have to say, the guy does have taste, Matthew. You notice he's wearing the U.S. Marines camouflage pattern.
Yeah, it is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, they hate us because they hate us. It always sums up to that every time, doesn't it, folks? The guy sits there and talks about how he wants to destroy the infidel, and then he wears the camouflage of the infidel. I mean, make it make sense, folks. Make it make sense. But the guy right here who looks kind of like a high school gym coach apparently got obliterated in his house in Baghdad. So, I mean, it looks like, unfortunately for him, the only thing that's getting missiled right now is himself. He's not really commanding the missiles. The missiles are more so commanding him at this point.
I feel like this guy's going to break out if he was still here with us and say, "I can feel it coming." Is this like a Phil Collins ripoff? Like, what is this guy?
Man, honestly, I don't know. I don't know at all. But I will tell you this straight up: the guy, rest his soul, he wasn't important enough, folks, to be turned into a ghoul like they did with Khomeini. You remember that, Matthew, when they put out the little thing on his Twitter? Then he was like a ghoul holding a golden sword.
Yeah, I do remember that.
So apparently he wasn't important enough, folks, to get ghoulified when he went out. He just had a little yellow background put behind him in kind of like a Canva. They did Canva background remover on this, and then they slapped that little gold thing behind him real quick and put this up. Very interesting to see. But moving on from that, what a shame, folks. Can we all get an F in the chat in honor of this individual right here, Raif Qasim Abulali? Can we get a little F in the chat for the guy? I mean, it's unfortunate to see the Iranians are catching fat L's basically every day at this point. Even the militias in Iraq at this point are catching a couple of strays, and they haven't really been doing all too much. Like
you said an F in the chat.
Yeah, put it in. You know what? man,
yo,
F him. Like, man, it's like,
what does that mean? Like F in the chat?
It's like a little internet thing, it's like Rip Bozo, basically, but in a shorter form.
Damn, bro, I thought you were being real straightforward with that one. Like F him, like put an F in the chat. I didn't know what that meant.
I mean, Rip Bozo, F him, like F in the chat. I mean, it's all the same thing for this guy, basically. But it looks like he won't be around to be commanding the missile forces any longer. But moving on from that, it also appears that we have some news coming out of Qatar, Matthew. Would you like to get us through that really quickly?
So yeah, well, that's the same news as we saw earlier. That's just an image apparently showing. I would believe this is a picture of the Doha skyline, I believe, that we're seeing right here. So I think that's what we're seeing. But as you can see, though, there's active interceptions going on. That appears to be ground-based air defense that's hitting most likely Iranian drones in the sky, or also missiles that we're seeing right now. So that's what we're seeing right there.
Man, I guess, Matthew, one thing that's true is that you know what this guy and a normal employee in a normal business has in common at some point when they do badly?
I don't know.
They get fired. But
oh damn! You got laid off, laid out.
Man, I think this guy got spread out over a wider area. But anyways, moving on from that, it is time for us to get on from the news. Good to hear. I do have to say, folks, the pro-Iranian militias in Iraq, from what we know, haven't been doing a whole lot. It is interesting to note, though, that we're starting to go after their top leaders and generally their organizational structures, because this has been going on for about 2 days since the first strikes that we heard about in Al-Qaim, which is near to the Syrian border, and it seems that they're starting to spread. So good on that. It's good to hear. And generally, we'll see that hopefully the Iranian situation might get a little bit better stabilized, or at least the pro-Iranian militias in Iraq will become more stable as their command structure will be seeing a shakeup at the moment. But moving on out of that, it is time for us to get to the rest of the news that we have in the Middle East. But before we do, folks, I've actually been able to see over the course of the stream that we have had a humongous amount of people here tonight. And I've got to say that we are entirely honored and greatly appreciative to have had so many of y'all here. At the peak tonight, we had 34,000 people here, and we've had about 185,000 people watch the stream in the first hour and 10 minutes. We still have a whole load to go. We have a lot of news that's still coming out of the region, both good and not so good. We have some unfortunate news to cover here in a little bit near to the Iraqi-Saudi border. But before we get to all of that news, I do want to take a brief moment to answer about 3 questions from the chat before we move on into all of the other major news that we have around the world. And make sure to stick around, folks, because we are about to get into, right after we wrap up the Middle East, we're going to go straight to East Asia and cover the news we've heard near to the East China Sea, which seems to be a little bit concerning, once again, with the low-level coercion efforts the PRC is doing at the moment, but we'll be getting to that here very shortly. But Matthew, what do we got?
All right, yeah, be sure to stick around for that China news right now, because that's a very big story happening with that. We would have covered that at the beginning, but there's so much news happening with Iran, we had to cover that first for obvious reasons, but that's another huge story. And also some crazy news coming out of Ukraine as well in addition to that. But jumping into our first 3 super chats, though, our first one here is going to go to none other than Chris Feilbach. And thank you very much, Chris, for that $100 support and the largest one of the night. We appreciate that very much. And Chris said, the orb word of the day is orbifold. An orbifold is a generalization of a manifold. Roughly speaking, an orbifold is a topological space that's locally a finite group quotient of a Euclidean space. I think this is graduate level math, and we need an LSA mathematician.
That's math beyond my understanding. That is math beyond my comprehension. But I do thank you massively for that incredible support, Chris Feilbach, in sharing another orb word of the day. We're greatly appreciative of it. And I got to say that we are massively appreciative of folks like you supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running, and also making sure to share a new orb word with us today. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on and into the next one. And also, I see some people saying, I missed the Ukraine war news. If we have it, it's just that, folks, I hope y'all understand, like, this is a world news channel, so we have to cover, like, the largest story of the day, and we generally give that one the most airtime. Like, I'd like to be entirely frank with y'all, there's a couple of things that I want to cover in great detail, like we're doing the Middle East right now, and we can't. Like, for example, the Pakistan-Afghan border war, that's one that's very interesting. I actually want to cover that a lot, and we literally have no time for it. And then there's also the ongoing cartel war down in the area of the Jalisco state that I would love to cover, and we can't cover it because we've got a lot other things going on. And then the Ukraine war, we generally are covering as much of it as we can, but we have to annotate that too, because we only have so much time in a day, sadly, and if we covered all of them at the same level of detail and analysis as the main story, the news segment would go on for about 6 hours a day, and at that point, we wouldn't even have time to do basic minimal tasks like, washing our clothes, doing the dishes, taking out the trash, eating, stuff like that. So sadly, we just don't have enough time to cover all of it in high detail, but once the Middle East situation dies down, we will be putting Ukraine as much into news coverage as we possibly can, because it still is the largest war that has happened in the century, and still is even at this point.
Yeah, indeed. Also, by the way, I hate to break in the middle of our question segment. We have 2 more questions to go, but real quick, though, we have some breaking news. We have just seen, apparently, columns of smoke rising in Baghdad after seeing sirens at the U.S. Embassy. So it looks like we could be viewing a possible hit on the embassy. I can't confirm that right now, though, but it looks like smoke in the vicinity of the diplomatic complex of the United States in Baghdad. Let's take a look. Can't really tell much from that.
It's just a small wisp of smoke. I mean, maybe it's a smaller hit, or we just really can't see it at this point. Really hard to see, really hard to tell. But we'll try and get more information on that as time goes by. I'm sure we'll start to get a clearer image of what exactly happened, probably before the end of the show tonight, probably within the next few hours. But with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $100 support from none other than Bobby, also known as LC39A. Hey! And thank you very much, Bobby, for that $100 support as well. And we do appreciate that very much from a longtime channel legend, just like Chris as well. And Bobby said, Ukraine is prime time.
And I would definitely have to say Ukraine is a prime time topic. I have to say that we absolutely love covering the Ukraine war. It's the wars are not great, but as far as wars go and having to cover them, the Ukraine war is one that's really interesting to watch because it's a good David and Goliath story in a sense, and the Ukrainians have just been doing incredibly well. I mean, we're about to get up to the news up there today, and while we can't cover all the frontline developments as much as we would like to, and probably not to the degree that a lot of folks in the audience would like us to, I can tell you that we have wildly positive news coming out of Ukraine today, which we'll be getting to here in a short while. So humongous thanks to you for the support, Bobby, and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that incredibly well, and a humongous thanks to you so much once again for supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running. And with that, we are on into our final question of the segment, and then we're getting right back into the news from the Middle East and around the world.
All right, the last one of this segment goes to our Dangle. And thank you very much, Dangle, for that $100 support. And we appreciate that very, very much. Also, generous support. And he said, I was just in Bahrain before all of this, and I was perplexed by the palm trees as well. And they each had their own moat and a hose spooled up inside of it with holes. And I used to imagine how much money and water it took to keep those damn things alive. and what do you think and thinks?
I have a feeling
they got the money, man. They've got the money in Bahrain. They got that oil money. You know what I'm saying? Like the oil money, that gives you unlimited access to all the water you need for all the palm trees you want, for the most part. So also, by the way, some of these are growing naturally, actually, like right here. Like these don't even have their little moats around them.
Yeah, I mean, like it's really interesting, honestly. The Middle East, they like what's really interesting, folks, and this was actually something I learned in college, is that water availability is a humongous thing in most areas of the world. Like, if you ever hear of a war being fought for a natural resource, 9 times out of 10, it's about water. That's the craziest thing. There have been entire wars fought in recent times, actually, over who has the rights to what water coming from where. And the Middle East generally doesn't really have that problem because they literally have basically no water, especially if we're talking about the area of the Arabian Peninsula. There's literally no water here almost, as far as fresh water goes. Now, if you go up to the Tigris and Euphrates in Iraq, that's a different story. But for most of the region, basically no water. The areas of Israel and Lebanon, though, and the coast of Syria, they're actually very fortunate because of the sort of I guess you could say temperature shifts in the wind currents within the area of the Eastern Mediterranean. They actually get a lot of precipitation, and that's why this area is a lot more luscious than the areas directly beyond the mountain ranges that head you into Damascus and elsewhere in the Middle East. But
you see the beauty of it though is if you have a whole bunch of money because you're just like rich out the wazoo, which pretty much these oil countries are for the most part, all they have to do is simply say, here, to go build another desalination plant, and that's what they do. They'll go build a desalination plant. These countries here actually rely quite heavily on that, and that's why Iran's trying to strike them.
Yeah, that's actually what I was about to get to. I was about to say, however, the modern day and the oil industry actually brought in a humongous amount of money. And generally, they're currently trying to diversify their economies because eventually, over the past 70, 80 years or so, a lot of these Middle Eastern monarchs started to realize, wait a minute, it's not a good thing to have the entire economy reliant on one single economic output. Maybe we need to diversify, and that's why the UAE is getting heavy into tourism stuff. I think that might change, though, because I heard that a lot of Alpha Chad social media bros are getting arrested right now for publishing footage in the UAE, so that might start to change. That might not be a good thing for them, or people might just ignore it and not give a damn. Who knows? But beyond that, Bahrain has a ton of money, so generally, it's not the people who are paying for it. It's the Bahrainian government with the desalination plants and such, and it is exorbitantly expensive to run a desalination plant. I think the Bahrainians have several of them, as a matter of fact, and they just basically take their oil money and then just pump it right into projects like desalination plants, and that's why they have the water to be able to keep a lot of the stuff alive, because if they weren't doing that, the place would look, let me see if I can drop you down on this highway right here, the entire island would look like that. Because that's what it naturally is. Anything that's green and growing on this island is basically an artificial construct made by the water, given to them by the desalination plants. I mean, they even have a golf course. I mean, that's unnatural.
Man, that's a luscious golf course, by the way. That's like the deep green grass. It's almost like fake looking to a degree. But also, by the way, unfortunately, I have gotten some bad news here. We've gotten another angle showing apparently the drone strike It looks like, I can't say it with certainty still, but it does appear that the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, Iraq, has likely been hit by something, most likely an Iranian Shahed drone, it looks like. It looks like we are seeing the compound itself, and it looks like there is smoke emanating from the side of the compound. So I would say leaning towards saying that it got directly hit. It could be debris, possibly. That could be what's causing this fire and also the smoke, but I would lean toward a direct hit. Also, by the way, Enforcer, we have more news after this, but if you want to weigh in on this real quick, go right ahead.
Oh, we can just move on to the rest of the news because that's a generally said and done sort of a affair right here.
So we also have a bad piece of news coming out of the United States. I did not repost this, by the way, because we really can't sadly show the video. But there is a massive fire on I-471 near Memorial Parkway in Cincinnati, Ohio right now. And it looks, I don't know if maybe like an oil truck or something blew up and caught fire, but it's literally engulfing almost the entire interstate from the looks of it to a large degree. It's a humongous fire right in the middle of the road, and it looks like it just happened apparently just a short little while ago. So not sure, like, you know, these days, like with the sleeper cell threat being very high, we have a tendency in the public to say that everything's a possible terrorist attack. It could just be an accident. These things do happen, of course, but you know, these days you got to second guess it because there's so many, like, you know, threats of bad actions being taken. So we don't know yet, but something happening in Ohio on the interstate.
Very interesting, and we'll have to keep an eye on that and see what they report on that later. But with that, I hope that does address that well to Dr. Dangle. A huge thanks to you for support and helping the channel to keep on running. And with that in mind, moving us out of our breaking news, it's time for us to get back into our normal news coverage and moving us on into Tehran. In the greater Tehran metropolitan area, we were able to report explosions that did occur within Kharg. Take a look. You hear the explosions in the distance. You see another one right there.
Oh, shoot. Damn, that I wasn't expecting that. What was that?
I don't even know. Like, I have no clue.
I think it's fair to say it was a missile.
Probably. What type, though? I don't know. That wasn't a Tomahawk. But moving on from that and on to our next clip, we also were able to hear that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has sworn total destruction. Our naval forces attacks will continue until all American terrorist bases, gee, that's rich, in the region are destroyed. Keep wishing, buddy. I mean, like, really. I mean, like they might be getting us right now, folks, in the Strait of Hormuz. But stupid statements like that, it's like, oh, really? It's like, no, that's not happening. We also were able to see it within Tehran over the course of the day that power did shut off within some areas of the city and the attacks that are currently happening. And we've also been able to see the besieged becoming so scared of overhead drone attacks by the United States and Israel that they're now setting up their military checkpoints inside of tunnels.
Look at this. Like, they have cones and stuff. Like, this is unbelievable. Like, safety first for the besieged forces. That's almost a laughable.
Honestly, it's pretty ridiculous. You know what else is ridiculous is that this is a pretty long tunnel. They better hope it has good ventilation. Hadim, I'm feeling a little woozy. Like, it's gasoline smell. It's getting to me. It's like, well, I mean, you know, I hope that it's ventilated, you know. They're about to get ventilated. But anyways, moving on from that, we also got to see that the eastern district of Tehran was bombed today. This is the smoke from the aftermath. We also see more airstrikes coming in as well.
The guy's taking it in stride right here.
Man, that guy's like, I got to get a word. Like, he's like, you got his priorities straight, I suppose, you know, maybe. We've also seen some other clips coming from the central area of the city as well. It does appear that the United States was able to successfully hit and destroy the Iranian Space Research Center. That's what it looked like. This center was responsible for various space activities of Iran, including development of satellites, space propulsion, and tests of space components. You can actually see the remains of that building right there. It appears that half of it collapsed. Moving on from that and out of that little bit of news, it's time for us to get on into the next piece inside of Tehran, where we were able to see clips of more heavy strikes within the city. There we are. Just a large aerial bombardment, one of several dozen that's happened over the past 2 weeks.
Oh, damn. Terra in Tehran.
Oh, 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 Briaga. Man, I got to tell you, they're really hitting them.
Kind of sucks. For the Iranians.
Oh, there's another.
Oh wow. That's what it sounds like in the country when those like dump trucks pull up and dump the dirt out of the back, and then that like door like on the back of a dump truck swings closed. It makes that same sound, something like a bomb going off.
Yeah, honestly, it does really. Like you actually got that pretty dead on the nail right there. That's kind of what I was thinking as well. But moving on from that, now to Tehran, we also were able to move ourselves further on and towards the area of Baghdad, as we were able to hear that air raid sirens were sounding right before the stream went live, and there were also explosions in central Baghdad, which appears to have also directly affected the U.S. Embassy within the area of central Baghdad. We've also heard, unfortunately, folks, that the United States search and rescue efforts last night have been able to confirm that the KC-135 that went down last night was nearly completely lost. At this point, they have found the remains of 4 crew members out of the 6 that were on board the aircraft. 2 are still unaccounted for, but largely are being presumed dead at the moment, although they have not been able to find the remains of those service members anywhere within the debris or the wreckage on the ground. This is also leading us to believe that whatever the giant large fireball was near to the Saudi-Iraqi border probably was that KC-135, and some sort of a critical explosion probably happened on board after the mid-air collision with the other KC-135 that was actually able to limp itself on home and land back at Tel Aviv. So very unfortunate to hear, and it's, of course, another tragedy to see that a significant loss of life within the U.S. Armed Forces has occurred, and hopefully we'll be able to see that they can generally start to change air operations or standard operational procedures for aircraft at close distances like that, so that way we don't hear of another collision like that happening again. But moving on from that, and out of that news, we are going to be moving on down into Saudi Arabia, as we were able to hear that the United States has apparently moved 10,000 interceptor drones developed in Ukraine to the Middle East, as it looks to repel Iranian attacks without using up high-cost missile defenses, according to the Army Secretary Daniel Driscoll. So it appears that we are going to be using Ukrainian interceptor drones to be able to further defend against incoming threats. We've also been able to hear that some aerial tankers were damaged at the Prince Sultan Air Base. The Prince Sultan Air Base did take a couple of direct hits over the war so far, and according to 2 U.S. officials, 5 U.S. tankers were struck and damaged while on the ground at Prince Sultan and during an Iranian ballistic missile strike, and per one official, the battle damage to the tankers was not enough to destroy them, and they are currently being repaired. No one was killed in the strikes, according to the report, but that does mean that at this moment, 5 of the tankers at Prince Sultan have been grounded while these repairs are ongoing. And moving on from that little bit of news and on into our next bit, we have also been able to see that apparently 5,000 Marines are currently going to be built up inside the Middle East, which we generally talked about a little bit earlier. So we're going to be moving on from that little bit of news and on into our next bit, which is going to be around the area of Salalah, as we were able to also confirm that it appears that the oil depot was hit and burning profusely 3 days later after the original attack that we had covered on air.
Damn. I mean, I can't see. The ocean's so loud, I can't see.
Man, honestly, that ocean is loud. Like, it's like, dang, could they turn that down? But moving on from that and out of that bit of news, it's now time for us to move on over towards Israel. Iran's ballistic missile capabilities, at least in terms of firing them, are running low. A large amount of TELs have been destroyed. We did get the report, however, that some Iranian missiles that were fired over the day did actually land and hit their marks. However, this clip here is actually of some in-air interceptions that occurred over the course of the day inside of Israel. I wouldn't actually be able to tell you all the exact location. It was near to a power plant somewhere within Israel, and we actually were able to see the in-air interceptions happening right over the power plant. So let's take a look. We hear the air raid sirens going off. And here in a moment, we'll actually see, there it is, the in-air interceptors being fired. These might be Iron Domes, possibly. And we see another 2 of them being fired. And there comes the incoming Iranian missile, and it was a direct hit.
Wow! Wow!
Damn.
Oh my god!
Is this guy speaking, is he speaking like Israeli or like, what's he speaking?
He's speaking like a mix of Hebrew and English.
Oh my god.
Speaking Israeli. I couldn't think of Hebrew, like for whatever reason, I was just speaking Israeli.
I don't speak Spanish. I speak American. Like, I don't speak Mexican, damn it. Like, yeah. But a successful in their interception, to say the least. I don't know why the guy's running now. It's like the threat's over. It's like it was shot down. You filmed it. But moving on from that, we did see an unfortunate hit within the area of Beersheba in southern Israel, which we could see in that clip right there, unfortunately. But that's the end of that clip. And moving us on from that, we've also been able to confirm that there was another hit within central Israel near to the Tel Aviv area, and first responders were attempting to battle the blaze and generally put it out. So that does generally confirm that Iran is landing a few hits. We believe that most of them are being caused by the cluster rounds that the Islamic Republic of Iran are using against Israel. And I also have to point out, folks, and this is something a little interesting, something that a lot of people haven't pointed out so far. Cluster bombs of any type being used against a populated area, even if enemy combatants are within the populated area, is strictly forbidden in every version of the Geneva Convention and the modern international laws pertaining to warfare. I find that a little bit interesting that nobody's pointed that out so far, because the Ukrainians have had to go through significant rules of engagement procedures when using any sort of cluster rounds. They can only use them in non-urban areas. They can't even use them in an urban area if there are no civilians present, and we rarely ever see them being used because of that. Interestingly enough, Iran has been firing these cluster bomb type missiles at Israel for weeks, 2 weeks, and nobody's really pointed out how much of a war crime that is for the Iranians to do that. They are hitting civilian infrastructure all over the country and are causing what we would understand to be some form of civilian casualties, and yet we don't really ever see anyone pointing out that the Iranians are quite flagrantly violating international law and the Geneva Convention by using those sorts of cluster rounds on a populated area. A little bit interesting to me on that one. But moving on from that, it is time for us to finally get out of the Middle East and move you all over and into East Asia. It's time, folks, for the news in East Asia. But before we do, a lot of people have been hearing, and I do have to cover this little bit of news as well. I didn't put it down on the map, but it's basically Litani 2.0. The Israelis are going to be re-invading southern Lebanon, which they had only withdrawn from about a year and a half ago, to try and deal with and destroy Hezbollah once and for all. And a lot of people are wondering whether that's a good idea for the IDF to push into southern Lebanon up to the bank of the Litani River, which means that generally they're going to push up about this far, where you'll see that little river right there. That's as far as they'll push up, and then they'll stop there. So what are people thinking about that, Matthew, or are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so now that we're hearing that Israel plans to open up a major ground invasion back into Lebanon in the southern part near the Litani River, do you think this is a good move or is it too much? 53% said yes, it's time to fix the problem again, 2.0, while 29% said no, Israel is going overboard on this one, and 9% said I'm 50-50 on this action. So, hot take, Lebanon has a problem because Hezbollah is very much intertwined with the Lebanese leadership, at least when it comes to their government. So that's a bit of an issue. I think recently the government's generally trying to distance themselves from Hezbollah, but that's only because we're seeing obviously a war breakout, and now Hezbollah is attacking Israel, and Israel is counterattacking. So when it's convenient, they're kind of like intertwined with Hezbollah. When it's inconvenient, they kind of push them away a little bit. So Lebanon's got some issues, to say the least. So hot take, I'm kind of 50-50 on this action. I will say the only risk behind this action is, of course, Israel is still getting attacked by Iran, and Iran still has the ability to attack Israel. So committing this many ground forces to a ground invasion into Lebanon, that is a little bit risky slightly on that front, but it's probably an acceptable risk for Israel for the most part. So we'll probably see this happen, and it'll likely just be the same thing we saw the last time for the most part. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that, in my opinion, I would be with the 54%. I think it is time to fix the problem. The Lebanese government is almost a pseudo-terrorist state due to the fact that Hezbollah has official political representation within the Lebanese parliament, and also due to the fact that the Lebanese government has been completely ineffectual on trying to deal with and stop the threat of Hezbollah, not only within their borders, but to their surrounding neighbors. Hezbollah is engaged in armed combat with Israel and the new Syrian interim government over just the past year alone, and that makes them a significant threat, not only to the country they're inside of, but to every other country that borders the nation of Lebanon. So for that reason, I would say that it generally is time to deal with this and see that Hezbollah can be dealt with generally once and for all. Before we move on, though, I saw a lot of people talking about, well, that's really ridiculous to call out an Iranian war crime. I mean, the Israelis conducted endless war crimes in the Gaza Strip. If you're saying that, you have not been around this channel long enough, because we pointed that out a million times. Like, I just want to, like, bring that to attention. If you think that we're unfair in calling out what looks like possible war crimes or atrocities against civilians in war, you haven't been around the block on this channel long enough to know that we don't hold punches on saying that people are causing unnecessary amounts of civilian suffering or violating the Geneva Convention or international laws pertaining to the rules of war on any of those topics. So maybe you need to be around the channel long enough to know that, but some people need to get a little bit more learned about what we're about on this channel. But moving on from that, it is time for us to finally move on and over into the area of the East China Sea. And moving us on into the area of the East China Sea, something interesting has happened today. This has happened once before, last year, and it's happened again this year. And it's a fairly concerning sort of a thing. China has a very interesting way that they run their fishing fleets. Their fishing fleets almost operate like a paramilitary force. And that is something that is very interesting, at least to me, because if you look at American naval forces, they're generally official. Fishing boats don't fall even within a paramilitary or militia-like force for the U.S. Navy. In China, however, they do. And we were able to hear that once again, much like they did last year, thousands, literal thousands, we believe about 2,000 Chinese fishing boats have reportedly been massing in geometric formations in the East China Sea near to Taiwan. This is something that is fairly concerning, and I hope that we would be able to find a little bit of an example, or at least some geolocation of the vessels that did this last year, because it's actually very wild to watch. I mean, this line spanned the entire length of the East China Sea, pretty much from just north of the Senkaku Islands all the way up to around the island of Jeju on the South Korean peninsula. It's a pretty wild sort of a thing to watch, and they would actually order them to shift around and move, and they would all move almost in unison. It's a fairly wild sort of a thing, and these are actually some of the vessels here that would have been involved. These are civilian boats that have been drilled by the People's Liberation Army since 2012. And these things generally almost operate like a military. A lot of y'all might know this group unknowingly, because that is the same group that went up towards the Alaskan coast, from what we know, and ended up making the snow crabs magically disappear, basically in a single season. And then when we went up there again, we went, where the hell did all the snow crabs go? And then China just had this mysteriously large amount of snow crab for sale at the same time in most markets in China.
Man, they put it for sale at the wet market. I tell you what, it's like, what, we have an abundance of snow crab. It's like, I wonder why. It's like, I wonder if it has something to do with that massive, like, dragnet that you put out that took everybody's snow crab.
Man, like, honestly, man, like, straight up. But outside of that, this is a fairly interesting sort of an act, and clearly a low-level coercion effort by the People's Republic of China. These sorts of larger actions are to intimidate countries within the surrounding area, because while they are fishing boats, they are in the thousands. It's generally going off of the concept, they'll run out of ammo before we run out of fishing boats, kind of a concept in support for amphibious landings or naval operations by the Chinese Navy. And so a lot of people are wondering, what's up with this? Is this a prelude to invasion? Is it a saber rattling? Major military drill? What are people thinking about it, Matthew? And what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so a very concerning development, of course. These are generally fishing boats, but they're kind of not fishing boats. They're kind of fishing boats. Nobody's really sure, but they're making some weird geometric patterns right off Taiwan. So that's a little bit of a cause for concern. So what are your thoughts? 36% said China is simply saber rattling, while 35% said it's a prelude to invasion, and 21% said that it's simply a major military drill. So also, by the way, I have a hunch here about this, but first of all, let me confirm something. Is that Marine Expeditionary Unit coming from Japan?
Yes.
So I think this is basically a 4D chess move by China. This is my hunch about the whole situation. I think what China is doing is they've deployed these fishing boats knowing that the Marine Expeditionary Unit was going to be heading out from Japan to the Middle East, and they're trying to make the U.S. rethink sending that expeditionary group. I think that's what they're to do here. They're trying to make them think, hey, wait a minute, could we be seeing possibly an invasion of Taiwan soon? Is that what the fishing boats are about? Maybe we should rethink sending out the Marines from Japan, possibly. That might be what they're thinking, possibly. That's the only thing I can generally come up with. I don't think this is a prelude to invasion. I was talking to Andrew about this before the stream started. I don't really see anything holding China back, but at the same time, though, I think China's also a little bit perplexed by the rapid escalations in the Middle East as well. So they're probably trying to observe for a little while before they pull anything off. So I think it might be a 4D chess move, actually. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I generally believe it is a low-level coercion effort, or what we would call saber rattling in the pole. I think that the Chinese are still trying to work on their amphibious landing capabilities, but in the meantime, they're definitely trying to conduct major shows of force while the U.S. is being distracted elsewhere to make countries like Taiwan, Japan, and South Korea think that, Big Daddy might not be around to help out all too much if things start going south. So that might be what they're trying to do with this, but I don't think they're getting ready for some sort of an invasion coming here soon. I still think, folks, honestly, that if an invasion window is soon, it's probably going to start at around the beginning of 2027, about a year from now. But I don't think it's going to be anytime imminently soon, like within the next few weeks or months, say, or even by the latter part of this year. I think that still would generally be out of the picture for now, but they're definitely trying to intimidate all of our allies that are in the region on the first island chain.
Yeah, maybe possibly so, but like I was saying earlier, I'm not really sure what would hold China back, because you got to remember we're bogged down already in the Middle East, and also we have ambitions in South America as well that we're currently exercising also. So we're expending missiles at a rapid rate. We're currently looking at possibly a ground invasion of Kharg Island, possibly in Iran. So I mean, if China was going to invade, I mean, if I was in charge of China right now, I'd be looking at possibly doing something. Not saying that they should, because it would still be very unwise to do it. But, if there was any time that they might go for it, it seems like sometime in the next couple of months might be the time. So I'm not sure if they'll actually go for it or not, but we'll have to see. Because it's hard to predict the Taiwan situation, because there's been a lot of setbacks for the Chinese on that situation, and also a lot of second guessing. So I'm not really sure, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, we'll generally have to see on that, that's for sure. But moving on from that and on into Pakistan and Afghanistan, we've been able to hear that the Taliban is accusing Pakistan of conducting targetings of civilian homes and overnight airstrikes in Kabul and the southern province of Kandahar, saying that children were among those killed. So generally what the Taliban is saying right now is that the Pakistanis are conducting acts of terrorism against Afghanistan. Does anyone spot the irony in that?
I don't see really any irony in it. It just sounds crazy talk. It sounds like something AI wrote.
Kind of does, but generally that's what they're saying right now. Just to let y'all know, the border war between the two countries is still going on, and also, by the way, Pakistan is still steamrolling the Taliban. So we don't really have a lot to show for that today, because we have to move on to a whole bunch of other news, but still pretty interesting to know with all that going on the borders of those two countries still. Moving on from that, it's time for us to get down into the United States of America. We were able to see some video footage of some B-2 bombers at Whiteman Air Force Base. Look at the pretty little creatures. Can't really see a lot of them.
I can't see it. All I see, it looks like a UFO. Oh my God, look at this. I don't want to see that come in my direction.
Oh
Come on,
my
please,
God.
please. Please, sir, spare us.
No! But moving on from that, we also heard down in Havana that apparently the current president of Cuba is currently in talks with the U.S. administration. We don't know what the talks are attempting to achieve, but they're currently in talks at the moment. We have also been able to hear some additional news today out of the area around Washington, D.C., as there was a ground stop declared at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport, the Washington Dulles International Airport, and the Baltimore Washington International Airport, which are the three major airports, regional and international, that surround the area of Washington, D.C. We don't know what that was for, and at the same time, Air Force One took off from Andrews Air Force Base, so it appears there was some sort of an incident that happened today. I'm assuming it might have been something along the lines of a bomb threat or something like that, that saw that a lot of, the ground stop was issued. But we really don't know why, because the civil authorities within the area haven't issued an official statement as to why that ground stop was ordered and why it went on for several hours. Moving on from that, we've also been able to hear within Washington, D.C. as well, another interesting thing. Now, I cannot show y'all this clip. This is highly copyright, but I can tell y'all what it was said in the clip. The presenter here on this podcast actually asked the President of the United States who in the world was largely in charge of the planning of the operation and whether advisors disagreed with him. And the President then went on to state that advisors do disagree with him, but he eventually gets them all on his side. He negotiates them to do it his way on everything. So, generally, that's kind of leading credence to our analysis that we had on the channel, that if there is any fault that lies within any of the planning so far, it probably falls on the president, because apparently the military advisors are just there for traditional or ceremonial purposes, but they actually don't have any ability to advise the president. The president just tells them what he wants to do, and they either do that or else, apparently, is what we're guessing at this point. So, just to put that out there, and I know a lot of people are about to make the de facto statements, which are common sense. The president is commander-in-chief, and he has the final say, but generally the commander-in-chief has also never served in the military and has certainly never been a general in the armed forces of any of the branches to even understand what larger strategic operations are even conducted and done. So generally it would be important for someone with his experience to lean heavily on his advisors, which would be the top generals of the armed forces like the Joint Chiefs of Staff and such, but apparently he's not listening to them. He's just telling them what he wants to do. And if they know better, they can't really exercise their knowledge or expertise to know better, because eventually he's just going to get his way no matter what. Anyway, so
Yeah. Also, it's like, he said he was basically convinces them to see it his way for the large part. Also, he said there's rarely any disagreements, which I find that kind of hard to believe, because I don't think the military experts and the president are going to have the same line of thinking. I have a feeling that's not the case. But it's interesting though. The way it's supposed to work is this: the president is not expected to be a military expert unless they've served in the military, which is not commonplace. So if it's understood that they're not military experts. That's why they have a whole team of advisors. They have the Joint Chiefs. They have all these people that actually are supposed to know what they're doing, including a whole bunch of intelligence experts and people like that. So he's supposed to get them all together. They're supposed to have a big meeting, and they're supposed to make decisions based on the advice of the advisors. The president has the final choice on the situation, but he's not supposed to be, basically taking the reins. That's not supposed to be the way it's supposed to work. So it's kind of interesting that generally he's coming up with his own plan and he's convincing the other people to see it his way and basically going with what he wants to do, because it's kind of strange. He's not a military expert. So a little bit odd with that, to say the least. So long story short, I do want to say this. I generally want to say apologies to the military out there, because I've said, I think over the past week or so, I've said there's been a lack of planning here. Apparently, it's not from the military. It sounds like the military the military knows what they're doing. Let's just put it that way. It sounds like they're getting overridden for a large part. So it's not their fault. It's the fact that they're not being allowed, apparently, to carry out what they want to carry out. At least that's what it sounds like.
Also, by the way, I see some people, of course, bringing up the usual gripes and counter arguments and such. And let me say this really quickly. We say what would be a smart idea to do and not to do here on the channel, but also at the same time, I think a lot of people need to understand there's a little bit of a detachment between us and the president. I'm not the president of the United States, and I'm not the one who actually calls the shots. If I was the one in the position of being the president of the United States, y'all aren't going to hear me sitting there with all of the generals, the Joint Chiefs of Staff and stuff, gathered around the Situation Room in the White House, and then me telling them how things are going to go. That would be ridiculous. I mean, sure, I can speak a pretty good yar and spin a good yarn here on YouTube, but when there's a whole bunch of people's lives at stake, there is really no room for being the sole and singular expert in the room and being an absolute genius. You really have to start bouncing stuff off of other people, especially the people who actually are career officers who have risen through the ranks to general, because it would automatically be assumed that they're going to be a lot more competent at military planning and strategy than the president, considering that they've made that their entire career, and the president is only going to be around for 4 to 8 years, depending on how many times he's elected or re-elected. So generally, that's not really a good sounding sort of a thing. And I think that's kind of leading us all to kind of understand why in the world the Strait of Hormuz was overlooked, is because it might not have been considered to be that big of a deal. It actually appears that might be the case, because there has been a little bit of additional news that came out today that I'd like to read you all here really quickly. And I do want to say that this is reportedly the case, and this is what we're hearing right now apparently from the Wall Street Journal. But before the start of the operation, General Dan Kane supposedly told the president several times that an American attack could prompt Iran to close the Strait of Hormuz, stating that U.S. officials had long believed Iran would deploy mines, drones, and missiles to close the world's most vital shipping lane in the case of a full-scale war with the U.S. The president then acknowledged the risk, moving forward with his decision to launch widespread attacks against Iran alongside Israel, telling his team that he believed Tehran would likely capitulate before closing the Strait of Hormuz, and even if Iran tried, the situation could be quickly handled by the U.S. Navy, according to people with knowledge of the discussions who spoke to the Wall Street Journal. So that's what the Wall Street Journal is stating. Some people who were privy to the matter said to them. We don't know those people, and of course, this is allegedly, but this appears to generally be kind of, I'm not gonna lie, like, while we cannot confirm this outright, this kind of seems to be leaning into what the president's already publicly said at this point, as in he basically knows all the answers and his advisors are there for him to basically win them all over by just, telling them this is how it is. So a little bit interesting with that on the military planning side of things.
It seems like if it seems like the president would have given an example if when he was addressing that question, and he said he just basically convinces people to see it his way if they don't necessarily agree. It seems like he would have also taken the opportunity to add in that he does also concede to the experts occasionally, like when he thinks that they are right or make logical sense. I didn't hear it. If he said it, I personally didn't hear it in that the clip that we got there. He didn't really say he was deferring to anybody for the most part. He was saying that he was pretty much convincing them to see it his way. So unless maybe he just misspoke or something and he just didn't add that in, it seems a bit strange to me because I mean, just common sense tells me if I was the president, I would be hoping that the experts were in a consensus about everything. I'd be hoping that they're all on the same page, and I can generally rely on their advice for the most part because they have been to war college, they know what they're doing, and they're experts. So, that's what I would do. I wouldn't want to be the know-it-all because if something goes wrong, guess who's going to get blamed? The person that overrode the generals. That's who's going to get blamed for it, and I wouldn't want to take the blame.
And also, I saw someone say the military overlooking the Strait of Hormuz, that would be a huge oversight. That's not what we're saying. I'll explain this really quickly because this is how the government actually works at that level when we're conducting a war, is that the president is the commander-in-chief and he has the final say. The military knows the Strait of Hormuz is important. In any written literature that's been published by the military to the public, the Strait of Hormuz has been highlighted as far as any sort of a threat that Iran poses as being the most significant threat that they can face to the United States and generally global oil stability. So, with that in mind, the military clearly knew, and it clearly ingrained in anyone who would be involved in an Iran war and its planning, the importance of the Strait of Hormuz. But this is how it probably went at the top. One of those generals, like maybe example General Kane, said, "Mr. President, I've been told by my people who put together the war plan that the Strait of Hormuz is an incredibly important facet of the conflict, and we should divert more firepower away from trying to strike key targets within Tehran and more towards ensuring that the Strait of Hormuz remains open for global oil stability." No, that's not the case at all, General. You don't know what you're talking about. If we just bomb Tehran enough and we kill Khamenei, the whole government will collapse and we don't even have to worry about the Strait of Hormuz. So let's just bomb Tehran, cut off the head of the snake, and it'll all go fine. But Mr. President, I don't really think that's a good idea. Shut the hell up and do what I say, or else you can resign. Yes, Mr. President, I'll go get on that right away. And that's probably how that went, because at the end of the day, that general has two options, or any general has two options. They can either go, "Yes, Mr. President, I'm going to do exactly what you say," or they can resign, and their career is effectively over immediately. So that's kind of the options that you have. So, generally, if anyone's going to have the fall or the blame fall on them, it can't be a general. I mean, apparently the generals aren't really the ones who are giving most of the war planning. If they were the ones advising the president and then the president was going off of their plans and the war was failing, then a general might be to blame for that, for bad advice or bad advisement or a bad strategy. But if the president's the one overriding everyone, basically telling them how everything's going to be, the failing will fall to the president if this war does not go well. That's how that would happen. But moving on from that, it is time for us to move out of the region and back into the area of the Mediterranean, because now we're starting to get a little bit closer to our Russia news. And we've been able to take a little look at that LNG tanker that was down in the Mediterranean that caught on fire a little while ago. You know, the one, Matthew, that burned as bright as the sun? Well, that's what it looks like today.
Oh, yeah. Holy, oh my God. What the, damn. I'd like, what in the hell? Like, The paint has been stripped off the back. What am I looking at? Like, it's more than just the paint being stripped off. It's like it's like turned into goo, like in the back of it. What's up with that?
The heat was so hot, it's warped some of the metal, and that's why it kind of looks like Jello back there.
Yeah, that's hard to believe that thing's even floating at this point.
Man, I gotta say, I mean, like it's crazy. I mean, look at the damage on both ends. It's unreal. This vessel's a complete loss.
Hey, I think it's a wash.
Yeah, man. After I pay all of my lab coats and my scientists, it's a wash. Well, why do you do it, baby Putin? Because I'm a heartless guy.
Oh man, right here. I tell you what, I don't mind seeing a little Russian loss every once in a while.
Man, like the Russians are about to put this thing up for sale. They're going to say it was only sailed once, handled lightly, no low ballers. I know what I got.
Of course, allegedly, of course.
Allegedly, of course. We always had to put that one in. But moving on from that and out of that little bit of news, we are now going to be moving on to Paris, as we have been able to hear that the French and the Italians are trying to talk to the Iranians in hopes that they will open the Strait of Hormuz. I always applaud a little diplomatic effort here and there, because you always have to have one before you go in and start slamming folks, but this is going to be for naught. The Iranians are not going to open up this passage for anybody, not even the French and the Italians. I think, to be entirely honest with y'all folks, this is probably an effort by the French and the Italians to figure out where things are lying right now, and if the Iranians tell them flat out no, we might see that the Charles de Gaulle carrier strike group that the French have formed up as a multinational coalition might also get involved in offensive air operations against the Iranians to also clear the Strait of Hormuz and see the commercial traffic resumes. But moving on from that and on into Germany, we've also been able to hear that apparently, according to Friedrich Merz, who made some statements today at a German Bundeswehr inspection, if I'm not mistaken, he stated the following: 6 out of the 7 G7 countries were clearly of the opinion that sanctions against Russia should not be lifted. We were somewhat surprised to hear this morning that the American government has decided differently. This is definitely not our view. We believe more pressure should be applied on Russia to bring this terrible war to an end as soon as possible. So it appears that every single country in the G7, except for the United States of America, strongly oppose the concept of lifting sanctions on the Russian Federation, even in the midst of the pretty perilous situation that we're seeing right now in the Strait of Hormuz, with the fact that no oil is leaving the Middle East at this moment. So seems as though that's been a fairly unpopular decision, and we can say that it is quite clearly a fairly unpopular decision. We've also been able to see that several Russian drones have violated Romanian airspace. This video actually showed one Russian drone flying well within Romanian airspace near to the area of Tulcea County on the border with Ukraine.
Oh, look, it's a shitter.
The shithead 136. There it goes. That's the end of that clip, and moving on from that and on into our next clip inside of the Rossiyski Federacji, we were able to hear that apparently today, the Russians are really making the case. You know, for all those alpha chads out there, all those trad guys and everything, you know, they always crap on the UK a lot about how they have the television license and they've spoken great slander against His Majesty's government. Well, Russia's getting there well fast. I mean, they're speed running the whole thing. They're way beyond the British by far. And I mean, they're really putting themselves at a good distance away from the British. Now, as of today, the Russians have ordered that Russian citizens will now need a license from the FSB to use a VPN. That was according to
Oh my God. Can you imagine trying to get a license in the FSB? You got to go down to the local FSB station and say, "Excuse me, Mr. FSB, sir, could I please have a license to use a VPN, which instantly makes me look very suspicious right here in the intelligence office of the KGB." And he said, "Yes, indeed, comrade. You can have a license to go behind these bars."
Man, you know, like you go down there, man, it's like, "Yes, I like a license, please, to use a VPN." Why would you want the license? Are you trying to subvert the Great Russian Federation? Put your hands behind your back. You're under arrest for subversion of the Russian state. Man, it's going to be something else. I got to tell you right there. You know something else that's a little bit crazy about this, folks, is that if you don't believe this, this was stated by Andrei Svintsov today, who is the deputy chairman of the State Duma's Committee on Information Policy. So this is from a fairly high-up Duma official in the Russian government that this announcement came from today. I
He
get
said,
it.
Bliet, what are you trying to watch with VPN, Bliet? Are you trying to get on there and see a little bit of Western propaganda, eh? A little something, something, eh? Are you trying to see the North Korean videos, possibly, or something? There's no telling.
Man,
But honestly, that's insane. Like, could you imagine? Like, I don't think any Russian, that's probably why they did that, because I don't think any Russian's going to literally, basically turn themselves in and go down to the FSB and say, hey, I want that thing that subverts all the internet controls. That's like basically saying, hey, come arrest me, basically, inside of Russia.
go on, officer, arrest me and search my man.
Go ahead and put me behind the custody.
Man, Ollie, man, the next thing you know, you're going to see an interrogation in the FSB. Who are your contacts? Ugh. Like, you're going to be like hitting them and stuff, and then they're going to turn around and go, you know, being in an FSB interrogation room is incredibly unsafe. Any FSB interrogator with enough effort can get your information. That is why you must sign up for, Boring VPN, like, or something like that. Boring VPN protects you from all the threats that the FSB can provide. A baton to the ribs just doesn't hurt as much if you have their $19.99 subscription every month. And not just that, but it also allows you to see the prices of other countries. Like, for example, India. You can go and watch Netflix in, like, quarter price from India, Blade. Have you ever thought about that? I bet you haven't. Have you thought about it? Like, you looks back at the guy being interrogated with a blindfold. You know. But
yeah. Or possibly like they show up down there to the FSB office to get their VPN license, and then they walk in and they're like, hey, excuse me, Mr. FSB, sir, I'm here to apply for my VPN license. And they're like, oh, good. We're glad you arrived. This is the recruitment office, actually, and here's your SMO paperwork. Go ahead and sign right there for us.
Man, like, dude, oh, that's great that you just arrived. We were about to give you a draft notice. Like, it's like, yes, we have it right here. Wait a minute, this looks like you written it with crayon. Well, you know, it's a busy time these days for the Russian government. But anyways, moving on from that, gotta say, the Russians know, they know how to run a real authoritarian state. Look at that. I think, folks, that's what America needs. We need authoritarianism like that, because nothing ever says the people are truly being respected rather than putting a boot on everyone's face every day, no matter how much they like it or dislike it. The great thing. But moving on from that, we also were able to see down in the Vipsky that the Russians are running out of refineries again. The Ukrainians hit another one. Op to your mat. We also got another little clip of that as well. There it is. Oh, man, we sound like that guy from that Sopranos. How much more disrespect can I take? You know, like when we go, oh, like. But anyways, moving on from that.
They call it a preemptive strike.
That's Christopher. Like, they call it a preemptive strike, T. That's when you bomb stuff in Iran, because, I don't know. Like, it's like, but anyways, moving on from that, it's time for us to get on up into the Ukraine war news. We don't have a whole lot of it, unfortunately, today, folks, but we do have some. Moving us on into our location unknowns, we did get the Russian casualty report for the past 24 hours. But before we get on into that, though, we actually have a little poll. And a lot of people are currently talking about that little VPN license. You gotta have a license for that, Governor. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? What are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so Russia is continuing an internet blackout, by the way, inside of Moscow. Like, until today, they started whitelisting some internet applications today, basically letting them have access to the internet once again, because you couldn't get a taxi, you couldn't call or do anything that required an internet connection inside of central Moscow, because your boy Putin turned off the internet because he's paranoid. So that was a whole situation. And now on top of that, they're expanding the censorship. They're requiring the license to get a VPN, which completely, puts the idea of a VPN on its head. The whole point of VPN is privacy, and having to go get a license for it and literally put your name and your address and everything like that on the license pretty much runs the whole point of a VPN to the large point. So what are your thoughts? 52% says something is about to happen, while 35% says just paranoia and precautions, while 6% said I'm 50-50 on this one. And I think something's about to happen. They are expanding this thing rapidly, whatever's going on right now inside of Moscow. I think that they're either about to call a full mobilization, and they know the backlash is going to be severe, and they're trying to get ahead of that, or there's already some rumblings that people are not happy with what's going on with the economy inside of Russia, and they might be planning something. Something is going on, because this is way more than just paranoia. But Enforcer, what say you?
Something's about to happen. I mean, I did agree with 52%. if they're going through this much effort to make sure that nobody can try and have any sense of privacy on the internet and the Russians can surveil basically everything that they're doing, something's got to be brewing. I mean, they don't just do that out of the blue for no reason at all. So I generally have to be with a 53%. Something certainly has to be happening because they're putting so much effort into trying to monitor what everyone in Russia is saying that they must have some idea that there's some rumblings of something that's going to be happening here in the future. But with that, I hope that we have been able to address that well. And moving on out of that little bit of news and on up into the area of the northeastern front, we were able to see that the Ukrainians were intercepting some more drones. You know, the way that the U.S. could be in the Middle East here soon, hopefully. There goes a Lancet, Zalazalazing, and a couple of the crappy ones that the Russians make that are like $50, I think. Those are rough.
They make those out of stuff they found in the bin.
Man, put it in the bin.
Bin it. I'm just trying to enjoy a nice day in my bin in my driveway. What are you looking at?
Was that an aluminum can?
That could be possibly. It could be. You know those like science experiments that they get the kids to do and stuff like that. They hook up the one Sprite can with a string to the other one. It could be some tech like that, high tech.
We put a tin can on a bit of string with a bomb in it. It's like, I don't think that's effective. Like, something about that, folks, is telling me that might not be too effective. That might not be too effective, T. But anyways, moving on from that, we also got to see the Ukrainians making sure to clear out the front. The 77th Air Mobile Brigade was in between the Svatove-Kupiansk area, making sure to take care of business. They standing on that business. And also, I've seen some people, while we watched this clip of the Ukrainians doing their work, I've seen some people saying, y'all are so stupid taking a couple of statements from an elected official and then saying that that's what he really means, because that's clearly not what he means. If someone is so mysterious that whatever they say cannot be taken at face value, then that person should not even be in a office at all. I mean, like, if literally what they say cannot be taken at face value ever, why the hell are they even in charge? I mean, that means they're lying about everything, according to the people who were saying about that. And that's not good. Like I think we can all kind of agree that wouldn't be a good thing if that really is the case of what y'all are saying. But we actually have some breaking news coming out at this moment. But before we get to that, we're going to round out this clip here, and then we're going to get to the breaking news.
Looks like the clip's over. Also, we have some big breaking news coming out right this second as well. We are currently hearing some major news out of the Middle East. It looks like we have gotten video showing a fire that is now visible from the recent footage we got, showing the fire on the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, and it looks like it was a drone that hit it. It doesn't look to be incredibly bad damage, but the fire could spread, though. So we are a bit concerned about that, but it does look like it got hit. So let's take a look at our footage.
And we see the fire there on the U.S. Embassy in this clip. And then in our second clip, we can also see the fire from another angle on the U.S. Embassy, but the damage appears to be somewhat minor. It's a fairly sizable fire, but it doesn't appear to be sweeping over a larger part of the embassy.
Thankfully, it's not that bad. I was expecting something bad for a second when I saw that footage earlier. I thought maybe they took a worse hit than that.
Yeah, I was thinking so as well. And moving on from that and on down into the Konstantinivka area of the front lines of Ukraine, we also got to see the 28th Brigade on the road again. I can't wait to get on the road again, drifting down a mud road at 60 miles an hour. They're also about to take a hit and just keep trucking here in a second, too. I'm not going to lie, Ukrainian drivers and drone operators are probably some of the best in the world. There was the drone hit, and they keep going. And they're literally Tokyo drifting down the road after being hit by a drone, and they're just keeping at it.
This is skill right here. Look at this guy's counter steering like a pro. This dude's a pro. This guy right here, he could be a freaking rally driver. Look, he's even injured too. This dude's doing the one-handed thing. Look at this.
I mean,
this is like I'm not even lying. This is legit skill. Like, this guy's actually a good driver.
We see the guy holding up
dude's
his...
effortlessly. Look at that.
I mean, it's with such skill, really. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Man, this guy, and he's even got doo-doo on the windshield, and he's still like, look at that. He's still pulling this thing off. Look. He's even got a little bit of mud on there, too.
Ukraine is going to produce some of the best drone operators and also rally car drivers after this war is over. It's going to be unreal. We now see that they finally made it to general safety. And you see the guy's a little wounded. But they made it out, which is the more impressive thing about it, and the driving was unbelievable. But moving on from that, while the driving has been unbelievable from the Ukrainians, here's something else a little unbelievable is happening at the moment. This is what we were able to hear today from German Sadulev inside the Russian Federation. The situation on the front is dire. The enemy has once again gained superiority in the lower skies. Their drones have become more numerous, and their quality has changed again. Many drones are using fiber optics, radio drones have changed frequencies, are using mother drones, and so on. Our electronic warfare isn't helping, and even our drone detectors aren't signaling. The enemy is flying in flocks of several hundred drones in swarms and is using AI. The enemy is currently isolating the front lines and the entire combat zone. There are no logistics. Delivering supplies, evacuating the wounded, and carrying out rotations are mortally dangerous tasks. In many areas, after the isolation, drone fire strikes begin, followed by a counterattack. The enemy is recapturing its positions. The risk of a major breakthrough cannot be ruled out. Many military personnel say the enemy is preparing a repeat of the fall of 2022 when we lost vast territories, but this time the defeat could be even worse. Organizational and technical countermeasures against drones are urgently needed, new solutions. If the generals and stripes don't put new decisions into effect now, tomorrow will be too late for them too. So generally from what we're seeing from the Russians, they are stating that there is absolutely no confidence whatsoever that the front can even hold, and they're even believing that a major breakthrough like those of the War of the Frontier back in 2022 may be highly likely even at this point, as the Russian military has been absolutely stretched to its breaking limit. Fighting the war in Ukraine has been something that, surprisingly enough, has been devastating to the Russian armed forces, and they generally have not seen, especially after Telegram and WhatsApp were banned in Russia, that their combat efficiency has ever returned. They also were completely removed off of Starlink as well a little while ago, and those three things combined have generally been a fatal combination for the Russians, and they've generally lost the initiative on all fronts at the moment, and the Ukrainians are slowly pushing them back. So it seems as though at the moment it's going to be not so great time for the Russians for the rest of the war. Even with the little economic reprieve that they're going to be getting here in a moment, it's still not going to be a good time. And a lot of people are wondering what's going to be happening here in the near future. Now, Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so if y'all been following the Ukraine war while this Iran stuff's been happening, you will know that Russia's been on the back foot for about a month. It's not something new. They've been on the back foot for a minute. So they're apparently losing even more ground from the sounds of it. And now the Russian forces are clearly panicking, as we just read from the Russian back channels right there on Telegram. And they're warning of a major defeat without rescue from Putin's regime. So it's still not going good, and it sounds like it's going so bad that they're openly admitting that they could have a major defeat very soon. So in my opinion, they've already had a major defeat, but they're expecting a catastrophic defeat coming soon. So what are your thoughts? 45% said Russia will not regain momentum, while 29% said Russian lines will actually collapse very soon, and 14% said Ukraine will be the one losing momentum soon. And I don't think Ukraine's going to be losing the momentum. I don't think so. They've been having momentum for several weeks, and there is no sign of that changing. I would say that it's too early to say the Russian lines will completely collapse, because, of course, there are heavy defenses behind the lines. Like, we won't make any bones about that. That's going to be a challenge for Ukraine to get through those backline defenses. But it's possible, though, so don't count it out. But I wouldn't say that with certainty. I will say this with certainty, though. Russia is not going to be regaining momentum. They are being pushed back too fast and too rapidly to regain their footing. So they're on the back foot, and I think it's going to stay that way. I'm with the 45%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd agree with the 45%. I don't really think that battlefield momentum is ever going to shift back to the Russians. The Russian military materially has been depleted. The Russian personnel, manpool, at least the competent ones, have generally been depleted as well. It's not really a situation that would be beneficial to an attacking force, much less a defending one. And it's already showing that over the past month, things have been going quite poorly since their almost complete loss of communications, and it really hasn't recovered since. And with that going on for about an entire month, we could be seeing that the front's getting to the point that they just simply cannot survive any longer in these sorts of conditions if they continue for many more months. They might start to see major territorial losses. We already know that they've lost about 600 kilometers of ground in just the past month, which in terms of the war over the past 3 years, that is the largest ground gain that's been seen since 2022 in the Kherson counteroffensive, at least in that period of time, over the course of about a month. So with that in mind, I got to say, it's not really looking good for him, and I think the Russians might actually end up getting what's coming to them here in a little bit by a Ukrainian counterattack that might break through and overwhelm them badly enough they could even punch through the back lines before the back lines are even manned or even properly defended by Russian forces at that point. But moving on from that, we have one.
Also, real quick, before we get into that, we actually got did you see this, by the way, in that footage? I'm not sure if you saw this, but the hit on the embassy was actually a hit on the sea ram. It directly smashed the sea ram. That's apparently what's on fire on top of the embassy. Take a look at that, by the way. I just reposted it. Unfortunately, it looks like the sea ram actually got taken out with that hit.
It looks like a peeled banana.
Yeah, it really does. That does appear to be where the sea ram would have been, though. So obviously, you can't tell from the damage or the wreckage. You can't really tell what it was, but we're being told it's a sea ram. So that's a bad hit.
Let me see if I can find one of these things. Oh, I mean, it could be. I mean, like, that's the little stand that it would be on. It looks like the actual Sea Whiz gun, if it was there, might have been blown completely off of its pedestal, because I don't see it anywhere.
Yeah, maybe so. Like, I think it's a C ram. I think. Also, by the way, someone said, "What is a C ram?" It's basically a machine gun that has a very advanced targeting system on it, and it's designed as air defense. So it shoots down incoming targets. It can shoot down drones. I think it can shoot down. Can it shoot down missiles, or is it only certain types?
It can shoot down really anything that's close enough.
Okay. So yeah, it basically has a very powerful, very heavy-duty machine gun on it, and it has a very advanced targeting module, and it's able to hit anything within the range, apparently. So it's very potent. Like this is like one of the most commonly used air defenses at forward operating bases, to my knowledge. So pretty potent. But unfortunately, it might have gotten hit.
Looks like it may have actually been hit. And also, folks, there's another version of this thing that isn't the Sea Ram that's called the Sea Whiz, or the Cheese Whiz, as some people call it. It's literally the same thing, but it's mounted on ships. And this is the very last line of defense on board most U.S. naval vessels from an incoming attack, because these things only have an effective range of about 3 or 5 miles at the longest. And that means that if something is that close to the ship, this is the last line of defense. So there's two versions, the land version, which is the Sea Ram, and then the sea-based version, which is the Sea Whiz. And together, they make the close-in weapon system family, basically. But anyways, moving on from that, unfortunate to see, but good to know that there was no loss of life, at least in this attack. It was just a loss of equipment, which is unfortunate, but not the worst thing in the world. We have one last piece of news to cover, folks, before we move on and into our question segment. We've been able to hear from Zelensky that the U.S. doesn't want to play no more. Zelensky stated today, the United States asked that the talks be postponed between Ukraine, Russia, and the United States indefinitely due to the fighting in the Middle East, and Russia does not want to meet on U.S. territory. So all talks are now off on the Ukraine war. That went on for a year and 3 months, and now it's completely over. The U.S. is just saying, whatever, don't really care about talks, and walking away. So, there you have it. There was the peace within a day or so. It's a year and 3 months later, we just completely abandoned that and we're just walking off.
Yeah, it's quite bad right there, I must admit. But actually, now that I say it, I'm not sure that's so bad, really, because
really.
the talks were actually pointless for the most part. It wasn't achieving anything. Also, by the way, why are the Russians refusing to come to U.S. territory? They came to Alaska. Putin himself came to Alaska. So what's changed with that? I mean, what's really changed?
I don't know. I guess nowadays they're just not that happy about things at this point. I mean, they did go to Miami too, and for some reason they're just nowhere around. Quite interesting.
Yeah, didn't that dude with no chin line go down to Miami just like a day or two ago? Like he just left that dude that blocked us, the dude that's hypersensitive, the Russian envoy to Putin.
Kirill Dmitriev, the light-skinned.
Yeah. I think so. But yeah, I think that's him right there. So yeah.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, the guy who almost got mauled by a bear up in Anchorage. Yeah, that guy. Like, remember him? Remember him?
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy. That's crazy right there. But yeah, I think he was, but I guess at this point they've just said, all right, it's all off, because that's what Zelensky said today. He just said the Americans wrapped it up and walked off. They said, whatever, it's over, and they're done with it. So I gotta say, folks, that's really something. Deal making at its finest. Also, by the way, I just saw Miss Disa bring up that we really didn't bring up the casualty report or talk about it a whole lot. So let me get to that really quickly, folks, and let's talk about it. According to Miss DC, keeper of the records, 2,071 drones is the 6th highest daily loss. 189 vehicles is ranked the 19th highest, and troop losses are averaging about 900 per day. Over the course of the past 24 hours, we've been able to see that 860 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed, along with 5 APCs, 189 supply trucks, 7 main battle tanks, 50 artillery pieces, 2,071 drones, 4 MLRSs, and 2 anti-aircraft warfare systems. And it was a pretty good day overall for the Ukrainians. They're still inflicting pretty significant losses onto the Russian Federation's armed forces. And hopefully we'll see that this will come to an end soon with a Ukrainian victory, I'd hope. But with that, I hope that does address that the best we possibly can. And with that all put together, folks, with a nice little bow and a little pat on the back, we've made it through the news again tonight. Another 2 hours and 20 minutes of news. And I got to thank you all so much for watching. We're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to see that so many of y'all continue to enjoy this channel day in and day out. It really is something amazing to know that a lot of people love the channel and love the news coverage that we do. We put a lot of honor and pride into it, and we want to make sure that we report the highest quality news and the best news that we can. Not as far as the news being good, but as far as the news being well researched and covered, we try our best on that. And it also appears, folks, that many of y'all are watching to the point that we were number 15 in America for live streams the other day, which is pretty wild to see. We're very honored to know that so many people are watching the channel. At this point, we're basically up in the top 20 every single day. He's sometimes even up in the top 10. And that's something that we're wildly honored and greatly appreciative to know that many of y'all enjoy this news, that we're that high up in the United States these days for viewership on shows. So with that,
Bring in the best ratings, and nobody can dispute that. Nobody can. They said, I want to litigate it, sir. I want to litigate it. I said, no litigation, no litigation. It's not up for debate. It's a settled deal. A deal. It's settled deal.
I gotta say, I definitely have to say. Also, someone just said, clown take regarding talks pause. Obviously, U.S. soldiers' lives are more important. What's Witkoff supposed to do? Run out there and shield the soldiers with his arms? He's got nothing to do. Like if they wanted to keep talks going with the Russians, they could keep talks going with the Russians. The diplomatic teams have nothing to do with protecting U.S. soldiers. And they're not even talking to Iran right now, from what we know either. And you can also have you can have like 2 special envoys. You don't just have to have one. You can have multiple negotiation teams that just specialize in a certain field, like talks with Russia or talks with Iran or dealing with China. I don't know what you're getting at here, but I mean, like, Witkoff isn't going to turn into a human shield and go, like, put his arms around a U.S. soldier and say, I'll save you, and, like, make sure the guy lives. I don't even get what you're saying. But with that, it is time for us to get on into the questions. And Matthew, please, take it away. What do we got?
All right, so moving in here to our first of our super chats, then getting to our live chats after that, and then also our Morse code decoders of the night. We have a lot to get to. Also, by the way, a huge shout out tonight. Actually, we've had a massive amount of people here, 260,000 already, and we're still not over yet. We still got some stuff to go here. We got questions to get to. We got questions to answer. We got questions that we might not be able to answer possibly as well, because nobody has all the answers. That's just a fact of life. But anyways, jumping into our first super chat here. This one goes to Deb6061, who puts in a 50. And thank you very much, Deb, for that $50 support. And they said, thank you, and God bless all the men and women serving in the military.
And I got to thank you so much for the incredible support. And I'd also have to say a huge amount of respect to all of the folks who are serving in the military, especially all of my great friends that I personally know who are currently serving right now. Some of them are in the littoral combat teams, or littoral combat regiments, actually, of the U.S. Marine Corps. Some of them are in the Space Force. Some of them are in the Air Force. I got a great deal of respect for each and every single one of them. I hope that they and everyone else in the armed forces are currently safe at the moment and are doing their duty in the name of this nation. And so a big thanks to you for the support and help with this channel to keep it running. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we are on and into the next one. But a humongous thanks once again.
Indeed. And also, by the way, I want to address some conspiracy theory that's running around today, by the way. There was a video that came out in Netanyahu where he had 6 fingers or something like that. I'm not sure if they used AI to edit the video or something, but I did see it, by the way. But here's the thing. Everybody's saying today, is Netanyahu dead? It's like, no, he's not dead. He's alive. Netanyahu is alive. So trust me, if something had happened to him, you'd have heard about it by now. So he's around. It's just people got carried away that they must have used AI to edit a video and there's a little artifact in it. and everybody started thinking, oh, he must be deceased, but he's not deceased, by the way. So that's just a conspiracy theory running around. You know how those go. But anyways, we also have a 50 from Craig Jones, and thank you, Craig, as well for that support. He said, my favorite news channel, and I wait all day for it. Retired U.S. Air Force, Whiteman Air Force Base, nuclear security, and take one from the chat.
Hey, and I gotta thank you so much for the kind words of the support. Retired from the U.S. Air Force, based out of Whiteman. Nuclear security. Now that's something else right there. And Whiteman is a really interesting place. You know, I gotta tell you, we came really close to Whiteman Air Force Base one time when we were moving here to Salt Lake City. We drove down Interstate 70 on that move, and we saw the exit sign that said Whiteman Air Force Base, next exit. And we were like, oh, the B-2. So we were like, oh my God, that'd be crazy. And then we're like, nah, we got to keep driving. We don't have time for that. So then we drove on by, and I wept. And then we made it to Kansas City, and then we got confused on the absolute spaghetti soup of an interstate system that they have there. And we ended up driving for a second, I think, into Kansas. And then we had to turn back around and then go right back across whatever river this is, the Kansas River. And then we had to eventually line ourselves up, I think, on Interstate 29. And then we finally made it out and started making it back on our way towards Salt Lake City. But I got to say, humongous thanks to you for the kind words. We love to know that folks, even with backgrounds in the armed forces, enjoy watching this channel, because folks like you and everyone else, whether they served or haven't served, are amazing folks here in the United States of America, and we're absolutely honored to be the voice of news for each and every single one of y'all that are watching tonight. And so humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a super chat from none other than Chef Danny B. And thank you very much, Chef Danny, for that $50 support. And he said, good evening, enforcers. Chef Danny here. And I missed the first half, but reading the thumbnail, are we actually going to invade? And also, I hope everyone in the LSA is doing well. And y'all too, sorry again, y'all, for not being in the chat very much. I've been super busy in LSA.
And I thank you so much for the incredible support. And there's no problem at all in hardly being in the chat. We do understand that folks are busy. And generally, from what we know, it seems like it's becoming an increasing possibility. I can't say that it's a guaranteed certainty. It's definitely an increasing possibility with the arrival of an MEU and also an ARG as well, an amphibious ready group. So I would have to say the chances are rising. I can't guarantee it, though. But I do thank you incredibly for the support. And I also have to say thank you so much for the kind words and helping this channel to keep running as well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, in preparation for the invasion of Kharg Island, I feel it necessary. This could be necessary, by the way. What is it? Battlefield 3? Is it Battlefield 3 or Battlefield 4 that had that map?
3.
Battlefield 3. I've never played that, so I might have to go download that just to make sure I'm, brushed up to speed and all that stuff. We don't want to be behind the curve. Got to make sure we're, at the forefront of technology for Uncle Sam. So my to go download that and play at least 10 hours of it straight. But we also have a 50 from Chef Danny B. And thank you very much, Chef Danny, as well, for that second support of the night. He said, Chef Danny again, I got to make up for the days I've missed and also had a crazy night. We had one ticket with 13 burgers, with all the mods. €9, 8 pizzas from a walk in 30 top. Who actually walks into a restaurant with 30 people without calling? That is crazy. That's crazy work, by the way, like walking into a place and expecting them to have enough food for that many people just walking in. Hey, do you have enough food for like a whole party? It's like, it sounds like your place delivered, though. That's pretty impressive. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, I mean, like, damn. I mean, like, that's like the U.S. Army walking in there. Hey, we'll have one in the house. It's like, what the hell? So you can't just come in here like that. You got to call. You got to call. What do you think this is? The King's Banquet? Beyond that, I got to say a big thanks to you for support, Chef DB. And I seriously would ask as well. I mean, who in the world brings 30 people into a place without calling ahead? I mean, like, sometimes, hell, we would call ahead and there would only be like 5 people in our group, and it's like, that's absurd. That's crazy, really. But I do thank you for support. And I got to say that had to have been an incredibly crazy night. And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I also got to say, that must have been exhausting, and I'm glad to hear though that you got through it and that you're here with us watching the show. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And also, folks, I got to break even. I got to be honest with you. I just saw BR1 Rock say clearly Enforcer has never been to a car dealership. I haven't, actually. My car was actually found on the side of a road, abandoned somewheres. And I just, I happened to, hotwire the thing, and it was working still, and then I had the title transferred to me. Never went to a car dealership once in my life. They scare me, the salesmen do. Like, when you walk up there, like, have y'all ever noticed how, like, the salesmen swarm you? Like, there's, like, 4 of them or so around you? I don't like that kind of thing. It's like, am I about to get whacked, like, in the mob or something like that? It's like, I'm just looking at the car here.
Nobody. Nobody knows car dealerships better than me. I've been in so many car dealerships. They said, sir, you got to leave the dealership. They're going to trespass you, sir. They're going to kick you out. They said, sir, you don't need that many automobiles, sir. And I said, nobody knows better than me about those car salesmen. You got to go in there and do something they call haggle. You know, I invented that term, haggle. It's something you have to do with these ugly car bastards. You have to haggle with them all day long to make sure you get a good deal. And then you got to remember the trade. You got to have a trade. They call it a trade-in. That's what they call it. You got to give them a car for a car. That's what they say.
Don't you think it's so stupid when you walk into a dealership and you see those insanely high prices? They're the highest they've ever been. And then they sit there and tell you, I'm going to make you a deal. And then they only take $5,000 off the sticker. How stupid is that? It's an absolute scam. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous. It's like, can't you make this thing semi-affordable? Like, nowadays, a Honda Civic is like 50 grand. And it's like, how the hell is it 50 grand? That's unreal. And repairs, you're paying out the burgers for it. Like, hundreds of dollars. Really stupid stuff, honestly. I always say, sir, we have to bring the car prices down. They're unbelievably high. Cannot even get a used car anymore. It's legitimately unreal. I just saw Quantum Fighter say, have you ever siphoned gas? Many a times back in Chirac, I would go around siphoning gas. Nobody knows siphoning gas like me. I know all about siphoning gas. It was amazing. People would be walking around going, where did all the gas go? And they'd look at me with a oddly shaped gas-filled belly. It was unreal. The gas, I would go and vomit it up at the gas station and sell it by the gallon.
You know something, by the way, folks, just for a moment of levity here, because we have 21,000 people here right now. We're not ashamed of doing the voice right here in front of 21,000 people. We're not ashamed of it, because you got to have some levity every once in a while. We have many voices up the sleeves, by the way. I'm just going to show you one more. I don't want to overdo it too much right here, but there's another voice. So occasionally we bring out the woodwork as well. Also, by the way, it happens to go a little something like this, and it's you have to remember it's a tricky spot. You know, when you have to add a little bit of levity into the situation, it's a tricky thing with the whole thing. Honestly, I feel like I kind of lost the touch a little bit. What say you?
Here in the wilds of YouTube are the Enforcer brothers running their usual show. In the live chat, people are going absolutely livid, either loving the voices or hating the voices. Yet the enforcers persist in pissing off half of the audience by doing the voices and enthralling the other half by doing them. It is truly a battle of the wills on who will last longer, the enforcers or the audience. But anyways,
everybody's saying that's just not right, man. That's just not right. How the hell is he that good at that voice? I honestly don't know how I'm that good at that voice. I'm not even trying to be like a narcissist or something like that. Like, oh, I'm so good at that voice. I don't even know how. Like, I don't know why I'm so good at that one. I hope that I don't start like talking like that normally, because I'm like, how am I so good at that? I don't know. I don't know if the fella that I'm sort of like doing an impression of would find that funny or not. If he had a sense of humor, possibly. But I feel like it matches pretty decently close. At least for an impression.
I'm going to war with stupid enforcers, not the people, but whatever made them that way. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to Hokey Redneck. And thank you very much, Hokey, for that $50 support. And we do appreciate that very much. He said, will Ukraine stop at their 2014 borders?
They might. Honestly, I think the Ukrainians will generally stop wherever they can get, and they might be able to get to their 2014 borders, but they might not be able to do that. We'll have to generally see, because even in the War of the Frontier, which is kind of what we call the beginning of the war in 2022, when everything was actually mobile, which was really the only point of the war it was, the largest counteroffensives that we saw were, I believe, like around 1,000 square miles or so, or a little bit bigger than that. But they never really got into the thousands. So they would have to retake the thousands of square miles to be able to see their 2014 borders returned. So it might be possible, but that might be possible in, say, an absolute miracle. Like, even if they have major counteroffensive successes and the Russian front does collapse, I don't think they'll be able to retake all of it. But they will be able to retake a significant portion, and hopefully see that the land bridge is deleted to where Crimea relies entirely still on the Crimean bridge once the war ends. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And also, I saw someone say, I like one, I like all the voices except for one, and I know which one they're talking about. And this one was actually confused a lot back in the day. Who in the world do people confuse it for, Matthew? I'm trying to think. Like,
I think they confused it for hold on a minute. I'm trying to think about it. Come on, man. I mean, I can't remember who it was. Like in all seriousness, Jimmy Stewart. That's who they. That's who they thought it was.
Yeah, but it was actually the former president, and we did that for years. Like, we would go on entire tangents with it, and everybody would think we would be thinking we're doing a Jimmy Stewart. In reality, we were doing the former president, which is a shame. Oh, it's a shame because I mean we were absolutely going ham. Like, oh, look, Jack, you did the man on the moon, or you got to deal with Ukraine. Iran is a terrorist. They're the terror. Listen, look. Do you know the terror that they call? You got to think about it. In the superstore, on the streets, the post office, sending it in the mail. All this stuff. You got to talk about it.
Hey, listen for a minute. There's one voice that we don't bring that often because it's something that we don't really want to talk about too much. You gotta remember to keep it close to the chest because it's a hard time to live in the world. It's a violent time in the world. You have to make sure you watch out for it.
Don't talk to people who talk out of turn. So you better, What do you mean by that, Mike? You gotta go. Like, you gotta go. Like, you just gotta leave.
You know what's happening right now in the Middle East? You know what's happening in the Middle East?
I don't know what's happening in the Middle East.
It's a shitstorm. That's what's happening in the Middle East. It's an absolute shitstorm. Have you ever lived through a shitstorm? It sucks to live through a shitstorm.
Well, I gotta tell you this. I've never lived through a shitstorm. But one thing I can tell you is, I'm not a crook.
I believe you, sir.
Now get in the water game. Anyways, it's time for us to move on to the next one.
All right, so moving on to our next question here, jumping out of the momentary psychosis. This one goes to Robert Krogan, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Robert, for that $20 support as well. He said, good evening, Enforcers and LSA, and here's a coffee on me.
And I got to thank you so much for the support. Thank you for the coffee. We greatly appreciate it. It helps us to stay up at night, and it helps us to be able to do this show. And I got to thank you greatly for that and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one.
Also, by the way, someone said, I'm glad you guys are making me laugh. The war is depressing. It is depressing after a while. Like, that's why, like, I just knowing people that are in the military, the people in the military, like, that have been deployed, stuff like that, super dark humor. Like, we don't even get close to like the military humor. Like it gets like to the point where even I'm kind of like, a little bit like, oh damn, like that's some dark humor right there. But that's how generally people in bad situations kind of cope with that stuff, is they kind of just like normalize it and kind of joke about it. That's the only way to cope. But also we have a 20 from Scott Rogers, and Scott said, Marines to the Gulf likely to take Kharg and the Hormuz coast, cut off China's oil and free up trade for the rest of the world. And it's right too, because China steamed a carrier by Taiwan as Marines set sail, and China knows it.
I would agree with you. And a big thanks to you for support and putting in your input as well, because I'd say that's pretty good input there. And a big thanks to you once again for helping this channel to keep on running, making this thing possible. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Chris Feilbach, and thank you very much, Chris, for that 20. He said, shout out to the Orb of LSA, who says, why don't Orbs ever get invited to geometry parties? Because they always show up and say, I'm just here for the pie.
Oh, get it? Because it's circular.
I thought it was about to be a Diddy joke or something when he mentioned parties and being invited to it. I didn't know what he was about to say.
Ain't nothing like a Diddy party. Oh, God. But anyways, with that, a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. I got to say, good punchline. I like it. So a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And also, I see people talking about the dark humor in the military. I know many people who are serving and have formerly served. And I got to tell you, some of the stuff they say, it's pretty effed up. Like, it's funny, but it's messed up. Like, it's like, damn. And honestly, folks, I do have to admit, I have to tame my humor a whole lot for the show, because I make jokes that generally would get an entire room laughing. But the thing is, folks, is that sadly I can't just go off the cuff like I would off of the show on the jokes, because on YouTube they have these things called terms of service, which generally kind of limit the kind of jokes that I can make, because it's not like anything that's like incredibly bad. Like it's it's nothing that would be like breaking any sort of like social no-nos. But at the same time, though, they probably get a little bit dark enough or a little bit messed up enough that YouTube would start to be like, hey, wait a minute, let's put a magnifying glass on these guys. So I can't do all the jokes I normally would do off air, but still, I try and do as many of them as I can. And also, some people may be like, the jokes are kind of corny. Yeah, that's because we kind of got to make them fall within a YouTube framework. And so, I have to really kind of water them down a whole lot, which is unfortunate because honestly, like a decent amount of them are absolute killers, but I can't do them on air. But it still, and I'm not being a narcissist or anything saying that my jokes are killers, but I mean, I have said them in rooms full of folks before, and they usually get pretty good laughs. So, but anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Robert Betancourt, and thank you, Robert. He said, "Do you think France will try to bomb the Hormuz harbor?"
Hormuz harbor.
I didn't mean to say it like that. I was struggling to get that out.
Man, you said it like you're from Boston. You said, "Are they going to bomb the Hormuz harbor?" I was like, "What the hell?" It's like, where are we from? We're from the South. Are they going to bomb that damn Hormuz barber or something like that? But beyond that, I would say, yes, they generally have already hit the port at Bandar Abbas, which I guess you could call the Hormuz Harbor. But if you're talking about the port of Rajai, which is their larger intermodal port, I wouldn't know about that one. That might be off the table because it's mostly a civilian target. Not really it's kind of dual purpose, but not quite. So I generally say no, at least on Rajai port. But Bandar Abbas will definitely get hit several more times. I can promise you that. And so with that, a big thanks to you for support and helping the channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from WKRP in Salt Lake City, and thank you very much as well, WKRP, for that support. He said, since they are about the same size, it is interesting to see the difference between the attacks on Ukraine and Iran and how a professional military operates. It's good to have allies that help, and thanks for the coverage.
I got to thank you so much for the support. And I would say the Ukrainians are quite professional, just professional in a different way. They've had to learn how to fight war basically from the ground up in a totally different world. But I will say that the U.S. armed forces have proved one thing in this conflict. While the Strait of Hormuz hasn't gone well, the U.S. Air Forces will utterly dominate an enemy. Like, there's no survival against the Air Forces of the United States. Even still, that is true in this conflict. They are causing some damage with the drone forces, and they have been able to close the Strait of Hormuz, but not a single place in Iran is safe because of the threat from above that we can always pose anywhere within their country. And so a big thanks to you for support and help the channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, it's time for us to move on and into the next one.
And this one goes to Frank, who puts in a 20. And thank you, Frank, as well, for that support. He said that this MEU is likely being sent for theater preparation of the battlefield. And this is normally done in the crisis phases before escalation to armed conflict, but can be done in the latter due to previous planning failures.
And I would have to generally agree with you. I think that's the case as well, and hopefully we'll see that goes well. I mean, we're really not left with any real options at this point but what we're about to do, and I hope that once we undertake that action, we do not see a large loss of life on our end. And so big thanks to you for the support and helping the channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Hokey Redneck, and thank you very much, Hokey, for that 20. He said, one for the chat, and we shall grab one for the chat, Hokey, and thank you very much once again for that support. Huh?
Wait a minute. Hokey just said, I wish they would drop their corrected accents for 10 minutes. This is our accent. Like, this is naturally how we talk. We are from the South, but we don't talk in any Southern drawl now. Now, that's something
I could drop it. I could drop it for like a second, but I can't keep that one up too long, though, because it gives me flashbacks.
Go on, Matthew. Do it. Let out that southernness.
Thank you very much, Hokey, for that $20 support. We do appreciate it very much. We will grab one from the chat, and we do appreciate it. Thank you very much for that kindness and that support.
Football!
Also, by the way, I've never spoken like that, by the way. Like, I'm just joking. That's not actually, we grew up in the country, but I never really had like a legit country accent ever. I never really had one. Like, it was slightly more country, a little bit, kind of a little bit, but not quite that bad, though. That's a little bit exaggerated.
Yeah, you got to understand, folks. We were told growing up that having a Southern voice is equivalent to like idiocy, and whenever we would even sound like we had the slight Southern twang to anything, we would basically get admonished into oblivion. So we really had to work incredibly hard to not have a Southern accent, lest some people are going to be incredibly unhappy with that. So that's generally why we don't have one. Is for that reason, because I mean we grew up basically, well, not really in the sticks, but it basically was the sticks, because if you ever went to our hometown, I mean everybody sounds like a stereotypical Southerner. If you ever went and heard them, like all of them were like, "Hey, boy, what you doing?" Like it's literally like that everywhere. And then we ended up sounding like this, where we sound like kind of slightly Southern, a little bit, because we say y'all here and there and everything, but sounds a little bit more like we're from like maybe Virginia or somewhere that's a lot closer to the north, to those damn Yankees. Because they still call them Yankees in the South, believe it or not, folks. It's like the Civil War was like 160, 70 years ago, and for some reason they still call people north of the Mason-Dixon line Yankees, like everyone in the South isn't a Yankee as well. It's like we've all been living in the United States now for 170 years after the Civil War. Like, there is no such thing as Yankees. Everybody's a Yankee. Everyone's an American. But anyways, we have breaking news coming out at this moment. And Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so missiles have just been fired from North Korea right now. They were fired toward the Sea of Japan and also toward the East Sea. It appears to be the missile has just fallen into the sea as of literally 30 seconds ago, and I'm not sure if there's a follow-up missile firing as well. But it looks like generally speaking, the situation is not going to be too crazy. But it looks like North Korea is once again launching missiles near the Sea of Japan. So I'm not seeing any reports of a missile alert inside of Japan right now. It looks like they did not issue one for the most part, but North Korea is acting up, of course. There's a lot of reasons for North Korea to be acting up at this point, and they are once again back at it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that's quite interesting to hear. It sounds like, man, North Korea really just wants to get some smoke. Like, they're just begging for it. Everyone in the world's at war but them, and they're like, we need to get in on this. We need to get in on this action. We've been waiting for decades. So we'll see what happens. But generally, that's just the normal kind of escalatory stuff that they do.
Yeah, thankfully this one fell into the sea. The last time they fired a missile, it was his uncle.
Man, actually, that was an anti-aircraft gun.
Oh, whoops.
Man, they whipped out the Gush gun on the dude, like, legitimately. It's like, that's pretty messed up, honestly. Like, trying to make
to say the least, that's messed up.
Yeah, I mean, they're literally making like a real life live leak out there in North Korea for no reason at all. It's like you could have just done like that normally, like a civilized nation, but no, they had to whip out a Gush gun on the guy. I mean, it's kind of wild. Also, I see some people saying, no, the Yankees are Yankees. I mean, not really, because I mean, like, Southerners aren't really Southerners. Like, I'll tell you how it's like down there. There are very nice people in the South. But to be honest with y'all, that's like kind of like the diamonds in the rough, and it takes a while to find them. Here's the two normal groups that you find in the South, which don't fall within the typical Southern stereotype that you think of. It's either people who are just incredibly angry and they hate life, and they're just angry at everything, or there's the rich people of the South, but they live in these little neighborhoods, and they're extremely cliquish. So they basically treat everybody who's not a part of their clique like a lesser than human sort of a object that they run into. And that's kind of like the two sorts of things that you kind of would get. And then there was like the really nice people, and I still have a lot of friends in Alabama. Those are the great folks, but I would generally say that those kind of fell within the minority, because more times than not, they usually fell within the other two groups, and they were just like angry at everything or something. It's like, that's unfortunate. And I mean, like, the thing is about the South is that they always talk about Southern hospitality and stuff. I'll be honest with you. I mean, like, outside of the diamond in the rough friends that I have from Alabama and Matthew has, I mean, you wouldn't really find Southern hospitality in the South these days. I mean, you're probably going to get, offended by someone just being rude to you before you ever see Southern hospitality. So, I mean, are they really Southerners? It's like, I don't know. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
Moving on to our next one. This one goes to Derek the Fisher. And thank you, Derek, for that 20 as well. He said, what do you think about the U.S. President lifting oil sanctions on Russia? And how will this affect the war in Ukraine and LOC? Now, also, by the way, Derek, 6 out of the 7 G7 countries literally opposed it. So literally all of them except for the United States was in favor of it. So that's already a bad sign. It makes no sense to lift the sanctions. There's no guarantee that's even going to fix the oil rising prices. I don't personally think it will. So all it's going to do is give Russia billions of dollars to keep their war going against Ukraine, and also to rearm themselves, possibly to attack NATO. So honestly, a brain dead decision. That truly is right there. I can't even word that any better than that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that generally, can you reread that again?
Yeah, he was talking about the president lifting the oil sanctions on Russia.
I generally say it's a pretty bad idea, and we're probably going to see that that generally our sphere of influence pays quite dearly for that, because it's going to prolong the war in Ukraine. And it's going to give the Russians a little bit more wiggle room to try and think about what they might want to do in regards to possibly expanding the conflict even farther. So a big thanks to you for the support and helping the channel keep running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $50 support once again from Chris Feilbach. And thank you very much, Chris, for that third. I believe that's the third massive support right there. We do appreciate that. He said, does the phrase govern yourselves accordingly sound Southern to you? And I saw a C&D letter along the lines of, you're a moron because X, Y, and Z basic tenets of contract law. Well, sue your ass. Govern yourselves accordingly. Some dude, Esquire.
I haven't really heard the govern yourselves accordingly sort of a phrase stated in the South. It sounds very aristocratic, and generally the South these days, like the South had two options, folks, after the Civil War. Like, they could have gone the aristocratic route. Well, honestly, I think this was more like the 60s. This is when they had the two paths. Like, imagine that, like, let me go pull it up. Kid with two paths meme. Let me see if I can find this thing. Here you go. So this was basically like the options that the South had after the like in the 1960s or so. You know this meme, right, Matthew?
I don't see it. Oh, god damn, Discord screwing up, man. The screen share just gone away.
Oh Lord, let me go restart that right now. Hold up, folks. Let me go ahead and manage this. No, I gotta manage, folks. I gotta manage. I'm the manager here. Let me see. Let me end the Discord and let me restart it. Sorry about this, folks. All right, so let me go get Matthew back here. Let me get him on the call.
Oh, I'm back. I'm back.
He's back, baby. So you know this meme right here?
No, I don't know that meme.
Oh, you don't know it? Where they have like the two options, you know, like. Oh, anyways, some of y'all might know.
Is this a psych test?
No, this is just a man. You're not really like familiar with like a lot of the memes, you know, like a lot of them, you know.
Man, I felt like I might have seen this in a psych ward or something.
No, man, there's no grippy socks around here. This is just a normal meme from like.
What you know about the grippy socks? What you know about the socks? I don't know anything about the socks. I've never been in the ward personally. I've never been in there.
They give them out for free there, Matthew. I got 30.
Oh, for free?
like I got 30 pairs of those. I'm just kidding, by the way, folks. But beyond that, this meme is basically like the two paths that you have at the fork in the road, and there's the good path and there's the bad path. And the South had two options back in the 60s, I suppose. It happened at some point before we were born. They could either go heavily down the Southern hospitality, like aristocratic route, or they could go down the redneck route. And I'm not like dissing on rednecks, but like the redneck thing has almost become like a caricature of a redneck now. It's not like a legitimate redneck. Like it's just like this. It's like this thing that's evolved far beyond what it was, because back then it was just, you know, people who were not well to do. Nowadays it's like this whole like personality identity cult thing. But beyond that, they really went down that route instead. So govern yourselves accordingly would be like an aristocratic Southern phase. And like one of the last things we heard in the South before he moved was inside of a Lowe's, I believe, and it was a guy who literally skipped an entire line at a self-checkout to go and try and scan something, and the scanner wasn't working, and the person came and said, excuse me, sir, that one isn't working, and also there's a line, and the guy said, fix your shit, mother effer, and then he just started walking off and just ranning through the Lowe's. You literally heard him just getting quiet, going, like walking down a hallway somewhere, and it's like, okay, like that would be a more Southern phrase, is like fix your mother, like that would be a really Southern sort of a phrase. But govern yourselves accordingly, I never heard that one. But Matthew, what about you?
I've never heard that personally. Me personally, I try to leave it all in the past. I try to leave it in the past.
Well, I mean, you know, but with that, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have here a $20 support from Jennifer Macon Busby. And thank you very much, Jennifer, for that $20 support, by the way. They said, birthday shout out to my hubby, Bear, Mississippi Sheriff by day, loyal Enforcers fan by night. And thanks for helping this grizzly clock out and turn back into Teddy Bear.
Hey, and thank you so much for the kind words and the support. And it's great to hear that we have folks watching from Mississippi. We actually knew a lot of folks in Mississippi at a time. And I also got to say, It's amazing to know that it's his birthday today. I hope he's had a great one. I hope he's enjoying the show as well. And so a big thanks to you for the support. I hope y'all are keeping the law according to the books down there. Because down there in the South, I mean, like especially if it's around the city, it can get kind of hairy. So hopefully, he's staying safe out there and doing his job well. And generally that means staying alive, at least down there. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping the channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Schlacker ATX, and thank you for that support as well. They said MIRAPs are 100% US-made AI interceptors developed since 2023, fully autonomous, onboard cameras, swarm intelligent, combat tested Ukraine mid-2024, 1,000 plus eliminations, 10,000 deployed Middle East, 15,000 each. And also, by the way, we do want to make that a distinction, by the way. The MIRAPs is a US-made drone. It was deployed in Ukraine. Ukraine used them for some time, and they said they work pretty good. That's what they said in Ukraine. So they used them, but the catch is, though, Ukraine developed their own domestic version, the Hornet, that they currently have over there, the Wild Hornet. I think that's what they call it, or that's the unit that deploys them, one or the other. But they have their own custom domestic-made version that's a little bit cheaper, actually. So I don't know why we turned down the help of the Ukrainians. I think there's a lot of ego at play there. And honestly, that's stupidity. We shouldn't be letting ego get in the way of making sure we have good national defense. We should put that crap aside and get all the help that we can get. Domestic help, foreign help, any help we can get, we should accept it. But you know how it is. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I would have to say that the drones that we're sending over are good, but I think that we definitely need to get a lot more that are already being mass-produced from Ukraine. So I generally agree with Matthew on that. And so big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. Also, I saw someone say, Alabama's not like that. Huntsville's nice. Yeah, that's true. Like, I actually got to make a correction. Huntsville isn't really like the rest of the state, though. Like, Huntsville's almost basically like Tennessee. So that's kind of like the thing. Like, I would generally say, like, everything kind of like south of Birmingham, like, is what we're describing, but everything getting north of that, like, even Tennessee is really different, to be entirely honest. Alabama is kind of a thing unto itself, and most of it south of Birmingham and towards Mobile and everything. It's a little distinct. I'll be honest with you. I think that it's also kind of just a part of our particular experience, because everyone in a different area has a different experience. Like, one of my friends that I know from there, I've known him since second grade. He's like, Alabama's great. And, and then, like, he had a totally different experience. Like, when we talk about it, I'm like, this is what I knew growing up. He knew a totally different thing growing up. He had a blast in Alabama. We really didn't. So, that kind of is also probably what makes me say, probably not the greatest place. Because some people, it's great. To me, personally, it wasn't really that much. But anyways, with that, we got more breaking news coming out this moment. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we have to make a small correction here for a second. It looks like the CRAM, the firing unit itself was not hit at the embassy, but there was a part of the CRAM that was damaged. It was actually the radar system, apparently, that is connected with the CRAM. At least that's the reports right now. They're claiming that the radar system, the related radar system, was apparently hit. So we're seeing in this image here, you can see that it looks like someone pointed this out for us here on Twitter. The CRAM unit is allegedly over there on the left, although it's a very blurry picture. That does appear to be the general shape of a CRAM firing unit, though. And they're claiming that's the radome on the right. So unfortunately, what do you make of that?
Oh yeah, that's the radome, actually. Because you can see the actual gun right there. And then the dome that holds the ammo, that's the radome.
Oh, yeah. Right? Yeah, I can see it now. I couldn't really see it in that other picture, but yeah, I see it in this one.
Yeah, so if we go back to this one here, that's the CRAM and that's its radome, because they're in the same spot on the roof.
Yeah, it looks like it. So I'm not sure if that's a good thing. Is that better or worse? Because I think is the radome, are they equal, or are they worse, like that they hit the radome?
I mean, either one. I mean, for this sort of a system would be like a critical hit, because without the radome, the CRAM can't operate, and without the CRAM itself, the radome really isn't useful, because there's nothing to shoot anything down with. So, not really a good thing. It's basically the loss of a CRAM at this point until they get a replacement radar.
Also, someone said, Crash and said, the CRAM radar itself is self-contained. I was wondering that, although I was kind of going off what these folks were saying here in this analysis right here, but I thought that it had a built-in targeting system, but there does appear to be a separate radome on top of the embassy in proximity to the CRAM firing unit. So I see Crash and saying maybe it's an auxiliary radar. Possibly so. What do you know about that, Enforcer? I'm not like an expert on the CRAM quite to that level. So what do you think?
Let me go see if I can find something, because it might be a redundant radar system, because like to let y'all know, like there are usually different radars even in a normal air defense battery. There's the targeting radar, and then there's the acquisition radars, which like in Russian air defenses are fairly common, to where one of them is for a wider sweeping area, and then once they select a target, there's an actual targeting radar that then actually lines up that target and then guides a missile in. That's a fairly common thing for Russian air defense. And it seems that they do actually have a separate specialized radar unit that pretty much operates in the acquisition role, to where it really picks up all of the air targets within an area, and then the CRAM's built-in radar would be like a targeting radar, to where it lines up on that target that the acquisition radar picked up, and then it starts to give its computations for speed and all that, and the lead on the target and such. So it has a targeting radar built in, but this appears to be the acquisition radar that was knocked out. So technically it could still be operational, but only if you already knew where the incoming air target was coming from and you could line up the gun on its own without any extra input.
Yeah, that's not good right there. I would imagine the Iranians are probably going to try to do a second strike, because we've seen that before in Saudi Arabia. They hit the Riyadh consulate or embassy. They hit it multiple times. So I would not be surprised if they try to hit this place again. So we haven't heard of any casualties. In fact, I'm not even sure how many people are even left in this building at this point, but it would probably be wise to probably start evacuating it or get some, secondary measures in here or something, because I'm sure the Iranians are going to go for it again.
Yeah, I would think so. And also, folks, from what I could find really quickly, let me see here. Let me see if I can find this. So let me pull this up, folks. Hold up. I need to go pull this up on the side. I'm trying to see if I can find some info on this at the moment. And let's see here. Damn, I can't really find a lot of information on this, because there are some sources that say that they can hook it up to an acquisition radar like that, and then the targeting radar on the CRAM would actually guide the fire directly onto a specific target. But then again, a lot of other articles are saying that it can operate completely independently of an acquisition radar. So I guess maybe it's a redundant system that they hit, so it probably might not even be crucial to the operation of the CRAM. But I'll be entirely honest with y'all, as far as additional or redundant systems go for CRAMs, I'd be completely in the dark. I'd have to do a little bit of research on that to get y'all a good answer.
Yeah, so we'll have to let the jury be out on that one right there. Also, by the way, it looks like we've gotten a new post on Twitter here. It appears to be from GeoConfirmed and Fitix Network, which was reposted by Mitchell Ulrich. And it's showing a location of pretty much all the strikes on Kharg Island. This is actually pretty incredible work right here. It's showing where everything was hit.
Oh wow, I was actually shooting 2 and 3, 2 and 1 for correct geolocations and incorrect geolocations. As I said, that some of it might have been hit on the southern side. It doesn't appear that according to this finalized geolocation that was the case. But I said, by the way, folks, that there were targets that appeared to have been hit around this area here, and then up here in this field, right about here, and then at the airfield. So it appears that for the 3 geolocations I had, 1 was incorrect and the other 2 were correct. And I'm not going to lie, folks, I'm actually wildly impressed with that, because I literally did that geolocation on the spot. It sounded like I knew what I was I knew what I was talking about and where it was, but I actually was doing that on the fly. I had literally just seen the footage for the first time when we were on air and was just like spitballing where I thought it was. So I actually got 2 out of the 3 correct. That's actually pretty good odds, like not bad. But still, that's actually where all the targets were hit, which were on the northern side of the island. So with that, we are now on to the next one.
In our next one here is going to go to Craig Jones. You just threw in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Craig, for that very generous super chat as well. We do appreciate that. He said, how do we fix division in the United States?
Well, you fix division by multiplying. Remember PEMDAS, folks. Parentheses.
Oh.
I'm just kidding. I was just playing. I'll be honest with you. I really don't know, because the division runs so deep and the radicalization is so widespread on both ends. I really don't know how in the world to even fix it. Like, it's crazy, folks, because no matter how much reason we talk here on this channel and we just say, like, just neutrally, this thing is good, this thing isn't good, this thing is bad and needs improving and it needs to be fixed. It doesn't matter. People already have a set notion in their head of what is right, and it basically is just depending on who said it. So, I mean, I could say something like, something heinous. Like, let me think of something heinous to say. Like, I don't know. Just think of anything in your heads. It would be too hard for me to come up with a specific example.
Yeah, don't say something heinous, please.
But if I said something heinous, like these days how it works, there is a crowd of people who would just agree with me no matter what, and they completely change their moral compass to agree with me. And then there's going to be another group of people who are going to completely disagree with me, even if I'm dead on the nail. And that's just basically how it works these days with the division in the country, is that if they lean in one direction or the other, their guy, no matter how messed up what they do or say is, or how right it is, the other half is going to hate them permanently, and the other half is going to love them unconditionally, to the point they won't ever question anything. And the other side will always condemn whatever's being done. So, I mean, I don't even know how to fix it at this point, because we've tried our best on this channel to be like, hey, you know, we're not biased, but, you know, this guy isn't doing something good, and this guy isn't doing something good, and these things are good. And it doesn't even matter. As soon as you say one thing that one guy has done that seems to not be the greatest thing, people turn against us and hate us for the rest of their lives. Like, we've even gotten death threats sometimes from some of those people, and it's like, that's just unbelievable how brainwashed people in this country are in either direction. And we've dealt with both ends. Like, you know, people these days want to say the whole like TDS thing in the chat endlessly. Back in the day, it was like hard right MAGA is what we would get in the chat all the time, and it literally was just because we had the gall to say that one or two decisions of the prior leader and the current, or the prior president and the current president, weren't really the greatest. People would just absolutely crash out on us, and still are to this day over it. But with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. I think that's beyond my knowing at this point, because I thought that good reason at the beginning years ago would generally overcome all of that, and people would be able to see logical reasoning that's not biased, it's impartial. But over the years I've seen that's not really the case. People just hate on you if you disagree with their guy that they worship, basically. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. A big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Marion Deemer, and thank you very much, Marion, for that support as well, and also being a longtime channel legend. Marion said, sadly, I can't read this one, Marion. I would read it, but sadly I can't, because it does get very political about the leadership. So sadly I can't read it, though, but we do appreciate the support. And Marion also put in a second one here and said the Ukrainians rock.
I got to thank you so much for support, and I definitely agree. The Ukrainians are an amazing group of folks, and they've been fighting incredibly hard for 4 years, and I hope that we can see them to victory. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from none other than, give me a second here. This one's going to go to Point of Guinness, who puts in a 20. And thank you, Point of Guinness, for that support. He said, was the Ukrainian driver wearing part of one of those military bomb disposal suits? And if so, good job, you had it on.
And I would have to say I wouldn't know. But I do thank you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that does make, and I thank you greatly for helping this channel to be possible and keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from August J21, and thank you, August, for that support. They said, thank you guys for what you do. I've been a nightly watcher since December.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. And you've been watching for a little bit. You know, it's crazy because, like, watching since December, that's about 4 months, 4.5 months of watching the show. And it's really crazy because that is a long amount of time, and we've been doing this for so long. When I think about it, it's like, dang, we've been doing this for 4 years at this point, non-stop. Like, we're in our 5th year at this point of doing this. And it's really crazy to know how long we've been doing this. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 14 from Polly Psych, who said the Marines may be there to protect a land bypass from, say, Dubai to Fujairah, transfer the oil to trucks, retransfer to Fujairah, or they will protect the construction of a pipeline.
I would say that generally that probably wouldn't be the case, because trucking oil in those quantities would be unrealistic, having to load up each truck and then drive it and then bring it to another unloading facility and then unload it. It would just be incredibly laborious and wildly slow. It would basically be a trickle of oil at that point coming out of the region. As far as building a pipeline, we haven't even heard of a company announcing that they're willing to even break ground on a pipeline concept. So I have to say that for now, generally from what I would know, that probably wouldn't be the case. And also, shipping, well, generally not shipping, but handling costs can generally add a lot to a final item's price. And adding a whole new stop somewhere around Fujairah in the UAE, and then having them unload the oil and then transport it a short distance across the nation and then reload it onto another tanker, that would add a lot in handling costs for every barrel of oil coming out of the Middle East. And that would also possibly see that the prices start to rise globally once again because of that, to a slight degree, not a whole lot, but it wouldn't really be the most efficient sort of a system. But I do thank you for the support and help with this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that the best we can. And a big thanks to you once again for support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Y'all know the next crisis that you have to watch out for, like not just the diesel prices going up because the crude oil prices starting to rise, but also another sneaky one that nobody's really talking about too much yet. Look out for the fertilizer price, by the way. There's some people already talking about that, about how the fertilizer prices are starting to get a little bit wild. That will probably become a bigger problem. That's just my guess. So we'll have to see where that goes. But I think you'll probably see a lot more about, fertilizer prices probably in the near future. But our next one here goes to King Timmy, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, King Timmy, for that support as well. He said, have you heard or know anything about the independent class combat ships, the LCSs, USS Canberra, USS Santa Barbara, and a third and a fifth fleet, and it is being used as minesweepers and sail drone surveyor?
Now, let's see, the USS Independence class, I believe is what you're talking about, which is the LCSs. I do know a little bit about them. They're actually mostly all slated for early retirement because of whole stress fracturing issues that they're currently facing at the moment. That's really all I know about them in reality, but they're an interesting sort of a concept. I think it was just a little bit too advanced for its time and a little bit too ambitious. But I do thank you for the support, and these things can conduct demining, but it has to be safe enough for them to even be able to get into the area to start demining works generally. But I do thank you incredibly for the support and help with this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 50 from Decepticon, and thank you very much, Decepticon, as well, for that $50 support, and very generous of you, by the way. He said, my girl and I have been watching y'all for a while now, and we wanted to thank you all, and LOTLSA, and also, can you tell us about the Russian using something? What is this? What does that mean?
I don't know. I'm having to pull it up on the side screen right now.
Viagra?
It's basically heroin.
Oh, well, yeah, we don't talk about that.
Yeah,
we don't know anything about that.
We don't. This American waits heroin. But be honest, we don't really talk about that here on the channel, unfortunately. So I wouldn't really be able to talk about that a lot. I mean, we have talked about crocodile, which is like their street thing that they do in Russia and most of Eastern Europe. But sadly, I don't really think YouTube would like us talking about that one too much. But I do thank you for the support, and I think for the kind words and help with this channel to keep it running. But sadly, I don't think YouTube would allow us to talk about a topic like that, unfortunately. But a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Mr. Chalk, and thank you, Chalk, for that $20 support. He said scientists have discovered microplastics.
Go ahead and read the rest of that one, because I think we're going to have to probably censor that one.
Let's see here. Oh yeah, I'll just replace word. I mean, I don't think it caused any problems, but just to keep it PG, I'll replace one word with a different one for PG reasons. I mean, this is a war channel, but we keep it PG. Mr. Chalk said, scientists have discovered microplastics in human stuff. And it doesn't matter if you're rich or poor. That means even the billionaires have microplastics in their...
I don't think you read enough of that. I think we're going to have to stop that right there, because if you read the last part, I mean, that's pretty... that's something I don't really think you can reference on YouTube. So I do thank you for the support and help with the channel to keep it running, but I don't think we can read that one off completely. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to David McFadden, who puts in a 10. And thank you, David, as well, for that $10 support. He said, I think we should block the ships.
And I thank you so much for support, and I would generally agree. I think that we should block the ships. And so big thanks to you so much once again for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Sargent, and Sargent said, our prime minister, let's see here, let's see, blah, 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 blah. So, let's see here. This one's on the fence. I will say, I'm trying to debate this in my head real quick. This one might be political. Sadly, now here's the thing. I want to explain this to people, because occasionally there's a couple of things we have to do for legal reasons. Sometimes we can't show certain footage for copyright reasons. We have to respect copyright. We of course can show stuff under fair use, but sometimes people cause issues anyways, even with fair use. There's also another thing we have to be careful about, which is defamation. We don't want to say something that we can't prove as being true that ends up being false and hurts somebody's character. So sadly, I can't read this one off, because I don't know if it's true or not. But thank you very much for that $10 support. We also have a 10 from Kirill PT Break, who said, "Don't make it about the crude oil. Make it about the crude conditions of the people in Iran."
And I would have to say that's true. I think that should be the top priority, but it doesn't really appear that the U.S. leadership is considering that to be the top priority at the moment. It appears that oil is still the top priority. Oh, man, I remember they said they wouldn't fight a war over oil. Here we are. But anyways, a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
So we also have a 20 from Mary, and thank you, Mary, for that support. They said, even if the U.S. wins militarily, could asymmetric tactics like cyber attacks, proxies, and oil disruption make this conflict much harder to actually finish?
And I would have to say, generally, I mean, it could, but not really. The oil disruption really would, but everything else would kind of be a bit of a side note. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And I hope that does address that well. And also, I see a lot of people talking about that last super chat. It's not the super chat in itself. It's the punchline that was at the end of the super chat that makes that completely unreadable and also highly questionable. So that's why we're not reading that one off on air. But with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Sergeant once again. He said the U.S. has 11 carriers, 1 to bottle up the Russians, 4 for China, and 2 for the Caribbean, leaving 4 to attack the Strait of Hormuz, plus 1 French and 1 British in the Eastern Mediterranean.
Well, we've told the British that they're actually not invited to our war because they're lame. That's basically what the U.S. government said. So the British one probably won't get involved at all. The French one might get involved if they want to, but that's really on the French to see if they would want to get involved. And currently we only have 3 CSGs that are going to be in the Middle East, including the Lincoln, the Ford, and I believe the H.W. Bush. So I thank you so much for the support and help with this channel to keep running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 1776 from Slinger, and thank you, Slinger, for that support. He said, "Can you two give a takeaway on the Secretary of the Treasury Scott Bessent's interview today? He was called away to meet with the president and resumed the interview later, seemingly shaken. Thank you, and LSA." I saw that. I saw that too, by the way. I saw that clip of that guy doing that. That was very odd. Like, that was very weird. Like, for the president to call him away, knowing he's in the middle of an interview, that was like one of those, like, power move type deals that some people like to do to other people just to let them know I can boss you around if I want to, like that kind of, like, honestly kind of shitty stuff like that. That's what that was about. I don't know if he got a dressing down when he got called out of the interview, or maybe got some bad news or something like that. I'm not sure which one it was, but he came back and he was like kind of shaky in the voice and stuff, acting kind of strange. But what do you think about it?
Man, I mean, that guy came back. He had had just been just cussed out, torn a new one or something. Like he was in the interview before. And I gotta say, folks, this guy reminds me a lot of that guy. Who the hell is he, Matthew? That writes to Stephen King or something like that. He's got the same facial structure thing kind of going on. He was sitting there kind of like a smug stuff. Yes, yes. Excuse me, the president wants you right now. Yes. And then he got up, and then he came back, and he's like, it'll all be fine. It'll be fine. I was like, what the hell just happened to him? I mean, what happened to this guy? Did he just get beat up or something? What in the world's up with him? It was really bizarre, honestly. I saw the clips of it, and I was like, what the hell happened? Something not good, apparently. I mean, you don't come out of a meeting with the president acting like that if it was good. I mean, you wouldn't be coming out going, it's like, what the hell? But anyways, a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And also, someone said Stephen King is one scary looking guy. I would say, generally, the facial structure, it reminds me of, the Who's from Whoville sort of a thing. The Dr. Seuss characters, and the Secretary of the Treasury kind of reminds me of that as well. I actually call him the Who from Whoville off of air. And that's kind of how I know him. And it also doesn't really come off that well that the guy seems to be really arrogant. In his body language and facial expressions and stuff. The guy comes off to me as not really personably a likable guy. And there's people there that are likable folks. You can see that personably they would be pretty interesting people to hang out around, not because of their policy or anything, just interesting to talk to and hang out with. But yeah, I mean, he's not really one of them, at least to me personally. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a super chat from Gnostic, who put in a 10. They said, have you considered that the Russian Federation declaring its own severe condition is not an artifact of said condition, but a propagandic maneuver suggested perhaps of a new opportunistic initiative?
It could be. It's not out of the question. They could be trying to position themselves for some sort of another maneuver and justify it in the public, but, we'll have to generally see. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from David McFadden, who said, and also, by the way, a big shout out to you, David McFadden, for that $10 support. And I think I might have repeated this one actually by accident, but thank you very much, David, once again. We also have a 10 from Crispy and Esteban Graves. They did not leave comments, but we appreciate you both, Crispy and Esteban, for throwing in that support. And we also have a 10 from Ololololo, who said, F in the chat is a reference to a cutscene in Call of Duty where you're at a funeral for a fallen soldier and the game asks you to hit the F key to pay respects.
Oh, yeah.
Is that where it came from?
That's from Call of Duty Advanced Warfare. Remember, Matthew?
I played that so long ago, I can't remember.
Let me see. Let's see. F Call of Duty. Hold up, man. Here it is. I actually remember it now. Remember, Matthew, this is the scene where you pay the respects to the coffin of the guy, and then like Kevin Spacey pulls you aside and he goes, hey, I have to let you, I have to let you know something. And then he ends up in Greece living on some guy's couch because of everything that happened afterwards. But beyond that, though, this is where that's from. I just remembered that now. You brought it all back to me. This is where the meme did come from. Put an F in the chat, press F to pay respects and all that. What's kind of interesting about this, folks, is I think if I remember the lore of this game, right? The reason why you're paying respects to this guy who's dead is because I think he died in a drone swarm attack that happened in like South Korea or something in the late 2020s, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's what what had happened to lead to this point. And then you end up getting recruited by Kevin Spacey's group. I forgot what they were, but they were like a mercenary group. And then they basically tried to overthrow the U.S. government and everything. So basically like the Wagner coup storyline in the Ukraine war basically was Call of Duty Advanced Warfare, but based in America instead. Really weird, honestly. But anyway,
Kevin Spacey had a talent for being like a real villain. Like he could really play that role well.
Man, he played it too well. Maybe, but still, big thanks to you for the support and helping the channel to keep running. Thank you for reminding me of that. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Christopher Dillard, who put in a 10. He said, so why doesn't Saudi make a pipeline underground to their other coast in the Red Sea to avoid the strait?
Ooh, they are actually 2 steps ahead of you. They have one, but they can only carry 5 million barrels of oil a day, and they produce about 12 million barrels of oil a day. They could transport it all to the Red Sea. It's possible, and it is doable, but considering that could probably take some expense, and they'd also have to build up port facilities in Western Saudi Arabia to deal with that traffic that they really don't have. They basically have to move around all of their oil infrastructure, which would be really expensive. They'd probably not want to. And then all of the other countries in the Middle East, they wouldn't do that because there would be sovereignty issues. Because how would you like it if your pipeline ran underneath a country like Saudi Arabia, and then they might be able to jack up the usage rates later and then unilaterally shut it off if they wanted to if you didn't pay the increased rates, when you already have the option to literally have a ship pull up to your coast, load the oil, and then immediately leave with very little handling costs involved. And a lot of Gulf states are going to go with that option because in terms of cost and general competitiveness, and also not getting screwed over later by some other country that might want to do that to them, that is the more advantageous option, even with the Strait of Hormuz kind of being a bit of an Achilles heel in the whole thing, like we're seeing right now. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, and a big thanks to you once again for the support, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a support here from none other than Carmen Nelson, and thank you for the support. They said, not sure if it's been said, coming in late, but forwarded to see through what was going on. The Kharg Island gas power plant in the building at certain coordinates were hit. It matches perfectly if you rotate the map eastward.
Generally, we didn't see any oil infrastructure getting hit, but I do thank you for the support, and we will look into that and see if we can find any further information. But a big thanks to you once again for support. I hope that does address that well, and with that, we're on to the next one.
And also a big shout out to Decepticon once again, who put in a combined $20 support during our second one right here. And I think it was the same question you asked in that 50 earlier as well. So we do appreciate you very much, Decepticon, for that support once again. And of course, helping to keep the channel running. And we also have a 10 from Bobo Vasquez. He said, I am paying for the newfound Tucker laugh. Make it so. Go LSA.
I just gotta ask. It's really interesting how I'm an American, but every time I talk about America, I have to say how much I love it. And then I say something that's against its interest. But beyond that,
my God.
Man, it's maniacal. But beyond that, huge thanks to you for the support and helping the channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
I feel like Tucker's like a perfect example of like a pseudo-intellectual. Like you know these people like everybody has come across somebody in their life that's like a pseudo intellectual. They'll either use extremely large words that are way out of their like pay grade, and you'll be like, wait a minute, extra calidicious, expeditiously. It's like, what is all these big words? Like, you don't have to use words like this. It's like, what's going on here? Or they're way too introspective, like to the point where it's like insanity, like kind of like Tucker to a large degree. Like, well, you know, it's really crazy that if you really think about it, the world is it's a large place. It's round if you really think about it, and it's like
He
bro,
finds
it's
interest
like
in too many things. Like it's like to the
yeah.
point that it's absurd, really.
Yeah, it's like it's like, dude, it's like I'm like it sounds fake. It doesn't even sound like it's legit. Like it doesn't even sound that way. It sounds like he's just doing it just to come up with something. It's like it doesn't even, you're not even really having a like legit thought. Like,
Like
you know, fair enough if you like Tucker, like fair enough. Tucker's not my thing, like just to say the least.
But this is like an average Tucker thing. He'd be like, you know, I bet you will think about that whole Iran thing when you're in your car to work. Maybe that's what they want us to think in is in an automobile. It's like, what the hell are you talking about? It's like, it's like, what type of introspective shit is this? It's like, you know, like everything isn't wildly interesting, you know, like some stuff is like, oh really? You know, it's just that. Like everything doesn't have to be like this deep thing, you know?
You remember when he got like all intellectual? You know about those little like Zen pouches
Yes!
and stuff like that.
Yes,
He got
I do.
all like intellectual about that. I can't remember what he said about it, but he was getting all like intellectual about those like little like what are they, nicotine pouches or something? Are those
It's like a
what
little
those things
nicotine thing, like it's like a square. I don't really know a lot about them, but I think that's what they are. It's like a little nicotine square thing, like a gum dispenser or something.
Yeah, I mean, he was talking so intellectually about it. I was like, damn, I might have to give this a shot. And I was like, wait a minute, hold on, what am I doing here? I was like, what am I doing here? I can't take this guy's word. I can't do that.
But
And so, you know, I wasn't ever gonna try this stuff anyway.
but you know, like I just gotta say, like the whole thing, like he would probably be interested, but also the thing is, folks, is that like he acts inquisitive, but his mind is already made up before he ever does anything. So he pretends to be inquisitive, but he already is trying to guide things and really kind of frame it in a way that it's going to end up being what he wanted it to be. Like, you know, like he goes to Russia, he gets punked by Putin, and he still tries to make Russia look good when the literal leader of the country punked him personally. It's like in his own interview, like, you know, and then he still goes out of his way to try and frame it the way he wanted. It's like, you know, like if he was someone else, like who literally just went into something with an open mind, it would come off very differently. But when you could tell that he's already trying to frame something a certain way, I think he just pretends to be inquisitive and interested in seeing the other side, and then he never does. It's like that's like a gimmick. You know, it's like that's not a legitimate thing. You know, like I can tell you this, like we don't act like that. Like as far as like coming down to the bottom of something, because we already kind of know where we're lying with it. Like I'm not going to listen to the Russian side. I don't like the Russians. They generally don't like us. So why the hell would I act like they have a point? Like their point is to screw me over and all of y'all. So why in the world am I going to sit down and be like, maybe they do have a point. Let's think about how they want to screw us over and whether we agree with getting screwed over or not. It's like, hell no. Like that's stupid. Like I'm not even going to pretend like that's an option. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one.
Our next one goes to XCodds, who puts in a 10 and said, great show.
And I gotta thank you so much for the support. Thank you for enjoying our show. We do truly try our best. So big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Pretzel's Garage. He said, did you see the new Dash 9s from Scale Trains? I got my UP ones yesterday, and they're fantastic.
Oh, I have. Oh, man, I've wanted... You know, I'll be straight up with you. I've been wanting one really badly, and I can't bring myself to get it, but I'll show you all this right here, because I look at these from time to time, and I've been really wanting that one right here. This XBNSF KCS patch Dash 9 with the exhaust burns on it. It looks super cool because it's like beat up and worn out, and I think that's really cool about it. But I haven't gotten one actually no, I did get one, but they sold out of it. It's the Santa Fe one that's all beat up. Let me see if I can go. It was $670. Yeah, so it was this one right here. I did get one of them. I got that one, which was the coolest one of them all. Like, I did get that one, but I wanted to get the KCS one too, the XBNSF KCS one, but I didn't get it because I was just like, you know, it's like these things are fairly pricey, and you know, like budgeting is a very important thing, so I can only get one, so I got this one. But they're great. Like I actually set it up, coded it all, and ran it, and it's just just amazing. Like, even the sound files in it by default were really good. So a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Andrew Honeycutt, and thank you very much, Andrew, for that support. He said Andrew's correct in that a Southern accent automatically denotes a lack of education. What? But people shouldn't change their accent to impress anyone. I don't think so. I think that's an unfair thing right there, I will say, because, you know, back when I actually had more of a country accent, like when we actually lived there and I was younger, I would hate to think that people heard my accent and thought, oh, this kid's stupid. I was like, well, I mean, you know, yeah, I got the accent, yeah, but we're not stupid. Like there's very smart people in the South. Like Huntsville is full of people that are literal rocket scientists, and they all have Southern accents, and they're very intelligent. So I wouldn't stereotype quite that badly, personally. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, the thing is that nationally, that's actually correct. Nationally, if people hear a Southern accent, like a very heavy Southern accent, they actually by default think that you're stupid. Like, that's what most people in the country would think. And that's why in the South, like, this is actually a little bit of an interesting thing culturally in the South, is that people will have two different voices that they use. They'll have their actual voice, and then they'll have what's called the business voice. Whenever they get on the phone and they're dealing with something business related, they basically mimic a neutral American accent so that way they don't sound what people would perceive to be ignorant. And a lot of people who are in business generally will say, oh yeah, I have my business voice and then I have my actual voice. And you know, if you get to know them personally, you'll hear their normal voice, which is very heavily accented. But you know, if you're ever dealing with them in business, they tone that down as much as they can. Generally though, I don't think that it denotes ignorance. Because, you know, I know a lot of smart people who do have accents like that, and they're fairly smart people, but generally, like, the whole dumb redneck trope thing, like Honey Music said, generally a lot of people think that by default, and that's also why such heavy pressure was put on us as kids, to not have that accent, because generally most people by default that aren't from the South are going to assume that you're just stupid because you have that accent. And that's why we basically grew up without one. You know, if y'all hear it a little bit, it's very, very light. It maybe tells that we're from the South, but it wouldn't give off that sort of a concept. But coming from the South, I can tell y'all, there was a lot of people with accents like that were wildly smart. Rocket scientists, nuclear physicists, all that sort of stuff. You wouldn't believe the people who work in Alabama. I mean, there's rocket scientists and nuclear physicists that are heavily employed in Alabama, but you wouldn't think it if you, you know, stereotype the accent. You would just think that everyone down there, you know, works in like a coal mine or is cutting down lumber or something. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. But I also got to say, folks, like, there's stereotypes about everything. Like, if you ever hear a nasally California accent, like, a lot of people would normally assume that that person is probably an airhead. So, I mean, like, it kind of comes with, like, region to region. Like, also, you know, like, anyone who hears, like, a Boston or a New Yorker accent, they're always going to think of a wise guy. You know, like, no matter what. Like, no matter what profession that guy holds or what he's doing or where they found him, they're going to have those sorts of ideas about folks. I guess it just kind of comes with the territory that whenever there's something very distinct about a person from a region, they're probably going to unfortunately get stereotyped either to their benefit or to their detriment. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 10 from Dustin, who said, nobody's talking about the food situation that's likely coming. The Strait is vital for Iran importing food, and 85 to 95% of Iran's bulk agricultural exports go through the Strait. Let them eat cake, LSA.
And I would say, hopefully we'll see that generally either all the oil is getting out or none is, because it either has to all get out and the pressure is completely gone that we're facing right now, or the Chinese aren't getting oil either, and international pressure will be either heavily put on Iran to stop that, or everyone's going down with us. I mean, that's really the kind of approach we'd have to take at this point. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from a Grain of Salt official who said times have been tough and you both have been something to look forward to each day. And I love your impression. Straightforward news and not fear mongering. And surely God bless you both and more needed than you know.
And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I got to thank you for the kind words, and we love to know that you look forward to the show every day. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And also, you know something else, folks? I just remembered. There's one accent group I forgot to mention, which is the Westerners. Like, not the Midwesterners that are up near the lakes, but the Midwesterners, like the, oh, you betcha, accents. We ran into folks. I'll be honest with you, I didn't know that accent was legitimately real until we moved out here to Salt Lake, and we stopped in a place called North Platte, Nebraska. And we were at a hotel near to the interstate. I think it was I think it was one of these somewhere in here, right around here. And when we woke up in the morning, we had the breakfast, and the worker there was like, "Oh, you gotta try the pancakes. They're very good." And we were like, "Really?" And they were like, "Oh, you betcha." And I was like, "Oh my god!" I was like, "That is crazy." They actually have this accent. And they were all like really insanely nice people. Like the people who were out in the West, like in between Iowa and Utah, very, very nice people. Not a lot of people live out there, but they're great folks. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
Our next one goes to Sergeant once again. He put in a 5. He said, "Will you address Iran attacking Canadian troop at U.S. base in Kuwait and the fact that the Prime Minister is keeping us quiet?"
I actually haven't heard about that. I generally have to declare ignorance on that at the moment, and I'll have to look into that a little bit further. But if that did happen, that's incredibly unfortunate, and I do thank you for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Daniel Quevdol. He said, "Kharg Island gone."
And hopefully we'll see that sometime soon. And so a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Swag, who said, "What a waste. I've been on an MEU 31st." Wait, hold on. Let me restart that. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Sound like a Scottish person. I said, "What a waste. I've been on the MEU 31st. It's primarily Asian countries and islands for it to go out of the way, says something, carries infantry and support."
Huh, that's interesting. I do thank you for the support and sharing that with us. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, a big shout out to Mark Dixon, who put in a 5, and thank you, Mark, as well, for that support. We also have a 5 from Laura Emmerich, who said, "When are you running for president? LLT, LSA."
2040. That's if I run. I gotta do some soul searching and figure out if I'd be willing to even try and do that. Because I was gung ho for that a while ago, and after doing this for a couple of years and seeing how locked in some people are on just one side or the other, I'm like, I don't really know if I'd want to have to get into that and basically try and argue or campaign from that point, because I would basically be lying about everything I think or believe in to just basically push a party line one way or the other. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And a big shout out to JFB, who put in a 5 and said, "God bless America. Thanks for the updates and prayers for every fighter out there."
And I definitely agree. And a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have another 5 from WKRP in Salt Lake City, who said, "This is how it went. General, I want to see the biggest beach landing since that movie, Saving Private Ryan."
Maybe. I mean, it's not out of the question. Because, like, I'll be honest with you, like, the military planning in Venezuela was like it was like the mental equivalent of like a 7-year-old's logic, like what you would see in like a movie from like a poor script writer. I want to go in and I want to grab the top guy with like special forces dudes that wear like nods and then blow everything up. And that was like the plan. And I was like, it was cool, I will admit. Like, it was super cool. And it went wildly well. But in foreign policy, it did like basically nothing for us, really. And and then it's like, well, what the hell was it for then? But anyways, with that, I do thank you for support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from The Gray, who said, "I love the impressions. My question, I'm wondering if the planning was built around the idea of getting a headline for taking out Khamenei and then ditching."
Maybe. I wouldn't really be able to say. I think that the actual goal was regime change. I just think that they were thinking that the regime would collapse almost instantaneously after that happened, and then it didn't. Which honestly was also shocking to me as well, because I didn't expect them to be this resilient and even survive for 2 weeks. Like, as far as like having the willpower to just literally clock into the office every day and possibly get bombed. I mean, I didn't really expect him to be hanging out like this either. So I do thank you for support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 once again from Andrew Honeycutt. And thank you, Andrew, for that support once more. He said, "Anyone trying to sell me," let's see here, what's this mean? What does this mean, Andrew, right here? What does this mean? I'm suspicious right here. They said Southern talk again, but the reference is relevant. I don't understand what this means. I'm from the South.
Let's see here. Oh, which one? Which super chat?
Hey, man, that was like, what's that whistle right there? Jeez.
I did it deliberately. like I was doing it deliberately. I was trying to do like the whistly voice right there. But where in the world is it?
It's Andrew Honeycutt. It's a 5.
Andrew Honeycutt 5. Sorry, I don't have the spreadsheet up. So I gotta look through the list. So I gotta look for the teal colored ones. Andrew Honeycutt.
Also, while you look for that, by the way, I'm gonna take a quick break and I'll be right back.
Oh, and he's going to be right back, fellas. So with that in mind, I found it. Andrew Honeycutt said, "Anyone trying to sell me?" I actually don't know what that is either, Andrew Honeycutt. I lived in the South. I grew up in the South. I drank the water of the South. I ate the foods of the South. And I've never heard of that one. I don't know what it is, but I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible and really keep it rolling. And I gotta say that we're massively appreciative and thankful for folks like you and your support and making this thing possible. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And I do have to say that addressing things well is my line of business. I hope that I do that well every time. If I don't, leave a Yelp review. Hey.
You gotta leave a Yelp. Yelp. I tell you, that's what those Iranian leaders who are doing. Yelp, Yelp, Yelp. But anyways, yeah, I tell you, you know how those dogs are, or something like that. Whenever they hit something, like with their paws or something like that. Like, but anyways, moving on to our next one. This one goes to James Hughes, who put in a 10. And thank you, James, for that support. He said, do you think Iraq will allow troops, not counting the Kurds, to invade Iran through their territory? I don't think so, from what I hear.
I don't think so either. I think that that's probably not going to be in the cards for a good while, to be entirely honest. But I do thank you for the support and helping the channel to keep it running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Chickadee, who said Pat Paulson ran for president in 1968.
And interesting. I didn't know that.
Who that?
Who that? Who that fella? Well, I wish we could know. Big thanks to your support. And we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Ryan H. on Orbs, who said, "Happy Friday the 13th, Enforcers. To honor the special occasion, what do you think? What do you think happened to the USS Cyclops?"
Oh no! It is Friday the 13th. Oh, dang it! I didn't even realize that actually. But let me go. Oh, let's see. Oh, it's this Collier right here. I actually think that one of the class got turned into the USS Langley, which was the first aircraft carrier in the world. Did y'all know that? I bet you didn't. Y'all maybe probably did. I don't know what happened to it, though. I remember it was a whole mystery. It just disappeared without a trace. I think somewhere around the Bermuda Triangle, but nobody really knows what happened to it. But let me go look at this here really quickly, because I'm pretty damn sure that one of these turned into the Langley. Yeah, it did. Yeah, one of these Colliers turned into the first aircraft carrier in the world, and that's it right there.
Holy moly, that looks like Iran's modern stuff.
Man, that looks like the Shahid Bagheri. Like,
that's that new shit.
Man, look at that. That's that new. Man, that's that new shit. Let's see. Hold up. Let's see here. I need to find the ship that succeeded by the Lexington class. This is the one that a lot of people would kind of know from the Second World War. You know what's crazy about it, though, is that they put cruiser turrets on an aircraft carrier. Who in the world ever thought that this thing would be in a gunfight with any other ship, to put cruiser guns on an aircraft carrier? They refit it later, by the way, folks, to have the quick-firing 5-inch guns, but when this thing was first put into service, they put damn cruiser guns on the thing. I don't even understand what the logic behind that one was, but that logic is lost to the 30s. But beyond that, though, I hope that does address that well. Big thanks to you for the support, by the way, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from CK Bold, and thank you, CK, for that $5 support. He said take a live chat question, and we shall take a live chat. And thank you once again. The live chat goes to Log Lav, who said, how long could Taiwan theoretically hold out in the event of a full-scale invasion by you-know-who?
If they were not supported, I'd say they probably last about a year. Because everybody always goes, oh, they'll get swept. But I mean, if anyone's learned anything about air power these days, it takes a long time for air power to become effective on ground targets, like months. So China literally wouldn't land some dudes on the beach like on day one. It would be months in before they even tried an amphibious landing on Taiwan. So I hope that this addresses the best I can. And a big thanks to you once again for support. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Irish Ed here, and he put in a 5. He said, LSA, I just want to let you know I changed my name to Irish Ed here. And also, say, for example, like we see an embassy unfortunately get hit in the Middle East or something. Would that be Article 4 or 5? And best channel ever.
And I think you've asked for the support, Irish Ed. And the answer to that would generally be no, because anything outside of the geographical parameters of the NATO Charter would not be provided Article 5 protections, meaning that those embassies, sadly, wouldn't be provided Article 5 protections. So I do thank you for the support and helping the channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We've also got a 5 from Daniel Kerber. He said, money for the train fund, and should start a Patreon for the LSA train fund as you build it up.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support to the train fund. And you know, I really don't need more trains, actually, like the motive power. I really need to get more rolling stock, and I really just need to get like to finding time to work on making the layout, because at this point I have plenty of motive power, like enough Norfolk Southern stuff I could probably run the real railroad. And I've been building it up over like 2 years. You can ask Matthew, like it's slowly grown into a little collection of engines and everything. But I got to eventually get to building a layout, because it's one thing to have the engines just sitting around on their boxes, like basically on display. It would be another thing to actually have a cool layout and run them, and then have like a real reason to, actually do anything with them. But big thanks to you for the support. And hopefully one day, once I start to work on that layout, I'll be able to get some update videos here and there on Patreon to kind of show y'all what we do on the side, or at least what I do on the side. So a big thanks to you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Pretzel's Garage. He said Lombard Hobbies has great deals on them. I use them regular to get my locomotives.
Usually I go to Train World. I haven't really been on Lombard Hobbies' main website before. But I'm going to have to look into them, because I've heard a lot of people recommend them and they say they're pretty good. And honestly, I don't have anything against Train World at all, but it would be nice to see some variety out there on where I could get stuff from. But usually I just buy straight from ScaleTrain's website or like another distributor's website. But then Broadway Limited doesn't do that, and you got to try and buy through distributors to get some of their stuff, which is a shame. Because I really wanted one specific thing from them, and I couldn't find it anywhere. But a big thanks to you for the support and help with this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also a 20 from Craig Jones once again. And thank you, Craig, for the second support of the night. He said, go eat, get rest, Enforcers Fund.
Hey, thank you so much for the fund, for eating and resting. I got half of a calzone that's waiting for me, and I can't wait to get to it. I'm going to eat that calzone like nobody's business. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Chris Feilbach. And thank you, Chris, for that support. He said, that was fast. Did you wash your hands? Oh, who said I went to the restroom, by the way? It's like, who said that? That's a large leap of assumption to make right there. That's a very large assumption. That's like an assumption that requires a bit of a bridging of the gap to make an assumption quite like that. I was actually not going to the restroom, actually. I was actually going to the kitchen. I was going to check and make sure that everything was good with the sink. And I had to go over there and make sure it was all good, because I heard something tapping and something dripping over there. I was like, now listen, like, everybody out here, everybody says, oh yeah, blah, 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 blah. I gotta make sure we're not about to have a leak in the sink or something like that. I don't want to trouble. But thank you very much, Chris, for that $5 support. We do appreciate that very much. We also have a 3 from Django, and thank you, Django, for that $3 support with no comment though. We also have a 3 from Treesaw, and thank you very much, Treesaw, as well, for that support. We also have a 3 from John Bonham, and thank you, John, as well, for that support also. We also have a 2 from Bobo Vasquez. He said, I am with Plazoth.
And I thank you so much for the support. And and with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Golden Eagle Flies. He said, did Cuba fall and allow the U.S. government inside?
No. They were in talks with the U.S., but that didn't happen. So big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Rhapsody Man, who said, the Iranians are spoofing the navigation. I don't trust it.
Well, I mean, I guess you don't have to. But a big thanks to you for the support, and we're on the next one.
And we also have a 2 from Plazoth, and thank you, Plazoth, as well, for that $2 support. And also, Bobo Vasquez is with you, by the way. He said, I'm with Plazoth, and we do appreciate you, Plazoth, as well, for that support. We also have a 2 from also Ramona. He said, the U.S. Tripoli is an LHA-7 landing helicopter assault.
And that is true, and I thank you for the support, and I thank you for correcting me on that earlier, because I said it was an LHD, which is totally wrong. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And we are on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Jake, who said, it's like Jim Cramer president. Booyah. Oh, inverse Kramer and all that stuff.
Now is the time to sell, or to buy, or whatever. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from One Prompt, and thank you very much, One Prompt, for that $2 support. And we also have a 2 from WKRP in Salt Lake City once again. He said, and now for some Pink Floyd.
Pink Floyd. I personally like my Floyd normal, regular, really. But
two chairs.
But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Kyle Padell. He said, my dad had a train 7 in the 50s where you put pills, put pills in put pills in a steam locomotive to produce smoke like steam.
Okay, that's not as bad as it actually sounds. That's like a real thing. like So-
man, I'm not gonna lie. I got the completely wrong image in my head when I first read that. I was like, oh my god.
So I'll show you this. This is mind blowing actually, but they do sell, like, there's companies out there like this one that actually sell little live steam engines, and it's crazy because they have, like, what he was trying to explain, which it sounded highly sus. I'm not gonna lie. I just gotta be
Holy
honest.
shit. $7,000?
Hold
What
up,
the hell?
hold up. I gotta explain it to you because this is kind of where, like, the factor of why this thing is so expensive comes in. These things literally are miniature real life steam engines. Like, they actually run like a steam engine. You have to throw little pellets of fuel into their boilers that catch on fire. It then boils the water into steam inside of the engine. It literally is a real steam engine, just in a small form. Like, it's a miniature steam engine. That's why they're so expensive. But these things are real, and those little pellet things weren't just making something look like steam. It was a legitimate little steam engine that your dad owned that would run. I mean, you can pull up videos of these, by the way, online, and they are wildly cool and impressive to watch run. But I mean, they are, like, insanely expensive. Like, no normal person in the modern day, especially myself, could never afford one of these. But they're insanely cool. I mean, they're really neat, just insanely expensive. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping the channel to keep them running. And that is really cool, actually, that he had one of those, Kyle. Like, I would love to have one of these. It's just that maintenance on steam engines, even these, is unreal. Like, you have to clean, like, the little flues in the firebox and all that stuff. You literally have to run the thing like a real life steam engine at full scale, but 32 times smaller. But wild piece of engineering, and really cool to think that they just sell these things and they work like a real steam engine. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, did I mute in time for that cough not to get picked up?
Yes, you did. Like, I didn't hear
Okay,
it.
good.
Like,
I was like a millisecond too late, and I was already going, ah! I was like, hopefully that didn't come through on the mic because that was going to be loud as hell right there. But thankfully I clicked it in time. But we also have a 2 from Nico, and Nico said, "How long will the war with Iran last, in your opinion?"
it's going to last for a good minute. I don't think this is going to be ending soon. It might last a couple of months at a minimum. You know, to people who always think that a war is going to last 3 days these days, that is like the curse of the modern world, is that any leader of a country who thinks that a war is only going to last like 3 days, they go on for an exorbitantly long amount of time. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And with that, folks, that is all of our super chats. And we do appreciate you all once again for that support. And of course, helping to keep the channel running with that support. Because as y'all know, like we say all the time, we don't run sponsorships on these live streams right here. Others may do it, we don't. In fact, I just turned down a sponsorship today that was wanting to jump on our stream today. And I turned them down. Very graciously, by the way. Of course, we're honored that people want to sponsor us. But wait a minute, you didn't hear?
Silver and gold, silver and gold.
Oh man,
we measure its worth by the pleasure it brings. Silver and, but anyways, we like outside of that. We don't.
But
oh, go ahead.
But we did. I did turn one down today. So like I was saying though, we don't do sponsorships here. So we appreciate the super chats a whole bunch because that's literally how we keep the streams running. Now in the videos, we run ads on the videos, the short war videos during the day. So those are a different thing. But on the stream though, the only reason the stream is possible is due to the super chat support. So we do appreciate it.
And I do have to agree with, like, we do not accept sponsorships. Like, we may, like, I have to say this, we may seldomly, like, if ever, run a sponsorship on a video, like a short war video. But we have made a promise, and this is a promise we're going to keep up until this channel eventually, like, fizzles away someday in, like, a decade. We are never running a sponsorship on a live stream. It's never happening. It's wildly tacky, and also, I gotta be honest with y'all folks, I don't really like going, okay, we have like 8 U.S. soldiers dead today, and this is sponsored by Boy Howdy. It's like, that sounds really messed up when you put it that way. Like, you know, like, it's kind of like how, like, the mainstream news companies would be like, we have to tell y'all that the war in the Middle East is going badly. You ever wanted a new car? You know, it's like, I don't like that. Like, that really comes off really questionable to me. I'd rather like crowdfunding a lot better because it lets y'all fund the news that y'all hear, and also we don't have like someone like hawking some product for us to be able to tell y'all the news, which I don't really like the look of, especially with the kind of news that we cover.
Yeah, that's true. That's facts.
Man, straight up facts. And we actually have one more super chat to go before we get to the live chat. So Matthew, what do we got?
And this one goes to Orba Velasay, who puts in a 20. And thank you, Orba Velasay, for that support. He said, God bless the USA, the president, the troops, our citizens, enforcers, and LSA, and we will win this war. Failure is not an option. 100% all in, all the way. Let's go.
And thank you for the support, Orba the LSA, and hopefully we'll see that the armed forces can see this through the victory. And so a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, it's time for us folks to move on to the Morse code decoders of the stream and 3 live chat questions due to us being 20 minutes overtime, which isn't as bad as last night where I think it was like almost 2 hours overtime. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, and also by the way, I'm not going to rabbit hole too much on this, but someone said, yeah, I hate those ones, those like channels out there that do like those really hardcore sponsorships where it's like not subtle at all.
Subtle, like subtle.
Oh, man. The B is silent, but my brain I think is starting to go a little bit. But it's not very subtle in there, whatever. But y'all know what I'm saying. But anyway, so we have one more super chat. We have one more super chat to go. This one goes to Dan Brooks, who puts in a 5. He said, "Would you accept a sponsor from Costco that paid in chicken?"
Actually, I wouldn't. We wouldn't accept a sponsorship on a live stream for anything. Like they could legitimately offer us tens of thousands of dollars. And we would
wait a minute, hold on. What are we talking about? Tens of thousands?
Hello, everyone. It puts on the cap of the company that like did it.
Silver and gold. I'll sing the song too.
Yeah, let's do it together. On a 3 and a 1 and a 2. But I'm just playing. I'm just kidding around, folks. But I like legitimately, in all seriousness, all jokes aside, we would never accept a sponsorship on a live stream for anything. Like they could offer tens of thousands of dollars for a sponsorship on the live stream, and we'd still turn it down because. I just got to say, folks, I think reputation is worth more than money. And so I think that it's better for us to have a high quality show that isn't basically just like, cashing in, in my opinion, and for us to make a lot less than we could, by not taking sponsorships. Like I'll stick by that. I would rather make a far more modest income doing this and have people greatly respect our show because we are uncompromising in our values than given on our values and basically have to really gear the show to being sponsorship friendly to try and get the ad money from them. Like, I don't really like that, to be entirely honest. So we could do it with, like, we might, in very rare exception, do it for short war videos. Maybe. Like, we've done that here and there in the past, but never for a live stream. But a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, we have one more super chat that goes to Live Animal, who put in a 5 and said Kharg Island wasn't fully decimated and its video was declassified, as it's a warning to Iran to draw them to the negotiating table.
Maybe. We'll have to see. But I do thank you for support. And a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on into the Morse code decoders. What do we got, Matthew?
So tonight we had Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Heroic Fluffness, Coach, Kobe, Tarek, Sire, and Brian. They said the Morse reads, now China can't get oil either. Hopefully this will apply pressure onto Iran and LLT, LSA.
And that's the sound of money. Y'all got that done on the nail. That is the Morse code message of the night. I'd like to congratulate y'all greatly because if it wasn't for folks like y'all, we wouldn't be able to know what that Morse code message is. We wouldn't be able to know what it was and what it's going to be, you see. And so a big congrats to y'all once again for getting that correct. I've got to say, really impressive there. And with that in mind, folks, it's time for us to get on into the live chat questions. And also someone said, not prioritizing money. You'll never make it in politics. That's why I'm saying, like, I might not run for president in 2040 because I basically just have to, like, cash out almost at this point to even try and run or basically shill someone else's political ideals that I wouldn't even believe in or I might not even agree with. So, that's kind of why I said that earlier. But anyways, we got another super chat here. What do we got, Matthew?
And this one goes to Raven, who puts in a 10 and said, guys, I love the news and analytics and the humor. And guys, $1 means nothing these days. You really should limit the minimum donation to $10, by the way. And also, by the way, Ukraine's map is unlimited.
And Raven, I got to say, I mean, we consider any support, whether it's $1 or $500, to mean a lot, and I really do mean it when I say it, because like some folks are very some folks either are just getting new to the channel and you might not want to support it a lot, so $1 is kind of like testing how well we respond to that, or for example, some people may only have $1 to give, and sometimes it's not really about the money to be made. Sometimes it's just about them enjoying the channel so much that they support it, and us respecting that no matter what amount of support they've given, they didn't have to give anything. And so I do thank you for the support, but generally, I mean, anyone who wants to support the channel, we're more than happy for them to support it. We're greatly appreciative, even if it is $1. And so a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we are on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one's going to go to Ariana, who said, do you think that Delta will be involved with the Marines going in to do something to Iran?
They could be, but it kind of depends on the operation. And right now, there's a couple of highly likely operations that they could try and conduct, and ones that we might not even foresee at the moment. So I hope that is addressed the best I can. And with that, we're on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Miss Disa, who put in a question and said, how would they hold the island and for how long?
They would generally hold the island by probably physically taking it. But I don't think it would be a long-term operation where there's physical troops on the island in large numbers, because that would basically be setting them up to get shot like fish in a barrel, and that would be horrendous how that would turn out. So I would say that they probably physically take it, wipe out the Iranian forces on the island, and generally bring it under U.S. control, and then basically just kind of pack up and leave and keep a small detail on the island that's a lot more sparsely spread out across the island, to where it's a little bit harder to hit them and cause significant casualties. If they took Kharg Island, that would probably be the best move to make. Otherwise, there's going to be significant casualties on that island on the near weekly, and that wouldn't end up looking well for the U.S., and that also would be an unnecessary expense of U.S. lives. And so with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is going to be Half-Life, who said, let me ask you this, Enforcer Matt and Enforcer. Is it easier to replace a few governments of smaller nations to cripple a bigger nation, or go to war with the big nation? Now, that's an interesting question right there, actually. So, every country has allies, and not every single ally of a country is a big ally. It could be smaller nations, it could be big ones. So these days, the way it generally works is nations, big nations like superpowers like China, United States, and also Russia is really not a superpower, but a lot of people perceive Russia as a superpower, so throwing them in the mix as well. Wars have become stealth. That's what's happening. They're also known technically as proxy wars, basically. So because of the fact that everybody is nuclear armed now, you really can't go to a direct war with a nuclear armed country, or otherwise it gets really dangerous. So countries like to go, like for example, in Ukraine, that's a proxy war between Russia and the West. In Iran, it's a proxy war between China, Russia, and the United States. That's the way wars are waged now. The moment that we get into a direct conflict with China, Russia, etc., that's when we risk nuclear exchanges. And generally, most people want to avoid that. So that's why these wars have become stealth for the most part, at least in my opinion. But Enforcer, what say you?
There's an ancient Chinese proverb that says, 出九包 Lingba, and that means nothing. That's gibberish. That kind of sounds Mandarin. But what I was going to say is there's an old saying that says the devil lies in the details. And generally, as far as the modern world goes, that's basically how foreign policy is operated. We can get screwed over here in America, and other countries can get screwed over by losing smaller countries that they're allied with that are significant for them in a region. Russia is not physically in the Middle East. Neither is China. We are. The only guy that they have, either of them have in the Middle East that could do any damage to us is Iran. So that's basically their guy. So in general, with that out of the way, they could lose really a lot of influence in the Middle East, and the U.S. could have a very significant control over the region if we get rid of Iran. Because we already have a very large control, and we could have a 100% stake of control as far as our sphere of influence by booting Iran or the Islamic regime out of the picture. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, because the best answer I can give you is that truly the devil does lie within the details, and defeating smaller countries can greatly affect and heavily damage our adversaries without having to fight them themselves, because that could be heavily destructive to all sides involved, including us. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I possibly can. And with that, we've reached the end of tonight's stream. I've got to say that we're amazingly appreciative and incredibly thankful for everyone watching the show tonight. We had a peak viewership here of around 34,000 people, I believe. It actually was 34,000 people, and 312,000 people have watched this stream before it ended. We're entirely thankful and amazingly appreciative of y'all's time, and we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And if there is a short war video to be made, I, the Enforcer, will be the one making that short war video. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe. Slava Ukraini, Hanam Slava, long live the Lee Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, we will see you all tomorrow on the next Nightly War stream at 10 p.m. Eastern. And be sure to join us once again for that. And a huge shout out to the 312,000 plus people that joined us by the end of the stream tonight. And we appreciate you all very, very much for choosing us as your news source, as always. And with that, of course, Slav Ukraine, Herom Slava, get some rest, and good night.
Spring on me,